6 p.m. We'll call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all council members are present. For the agenda, I propose that we move items 17 and 18 ahead of item 15, which is the Hoffman appeal. Council member Stella is going to be recusing herself from that item. So in 17 and 18 are going to go quickly. So just propose that we move them ahead so that Stella can leave before the item.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're now on item 5, comments for items on the closed session. Are there any comments on the item we'll be discussing in the closed session?
The mayor is taking comments on the closed session item only. Mayor Anduri, I see no speaker slips for persons in the community hall, and there are no virtual participants with their hands raised.
Okay, so we'll move into closed session and we will return at 7 p.m.
Feel like we deserve that.
Are we on?
Okay, the council is back in session. We're back from closed session, which unfortunately ran a little longer than we had hoped. There was no reportable action. And just to let you know that when we adopted the agenda earlier this evening, we moved items 17 and 18 ahead of item 15. So item 15 will be the last item on the agenda. We don't expect that items 17 and 18 will take much time. So please join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Okay. As we meet this evening, we acknowledge that Lafayette was part of the unceded ancestral homeland of the Bay Miwok people. The Bay Miwok and neighboring Ohlone people have lived in and moved through this place for thousands of years. They stewarded and shaped this land for hundreds of generations. We express our appreciation and gratitude for this profound legacy, which enhances and contributes to our lives to this day. We will strive to honor this land and strengthen our ties with the indigenous communities that continue to live and work in our East Bay region as our neighbors and community members. We acknowledge and honor them and their ancestors, elders, and next 7 generations. We're on to public comments. This is an opportunity to comment on anything that is not on tonight's agenda and that is within the council's purview. You can have up to 3 minutes to address the council.
Mayor Anduri, we have 1 speaker slips for persons in the community hall, and currently I have no hands raised in our virtual audience. For persons who have not attended a meeting in the past, if you'd like to speak, please fill out a yellow speaker slip. Each speaker gets 3 minutes, and I will call you by name to the podium. Our first speaker is Lisa Disbro.
Welcome.
Thank you. Happy New Year. A little late. Lisa Disbro, and I'm representing Moms for Liberty and Patriots of Contra Costa. And it's come to my attention in January, the situation with Richmond Mayor Eduardo Martinez, somebody that I've worked with as a teacher in West Contra Costa. And I attended the January 20th meeting. Can you point me to the clock? I don't see it.
Green, yellow, red.
Okay, no numbers. Okay. And so I attended that meeting. As someone from Richmond, I was very dismayed at the comments the mayor had made. So were the attendees at the council meeting. And I noticed that of the 80 elected officials who were also displeased with the mayor's comments that were anti-Semitic, that blamed Jews for the Australia massacre, and who allied himself with Hamas, a known terrorist group, that this council was not represented in the complaints, the criticisms. There were school board members, county school board members, there were mayors, vice mayors, former mayors from all over the Bay Area. And as you know, what happens in any one of our towns spreads throughout the greater Bay Area. And so the concern over Jew hatred is very real. We had students saying they were no longer willing to wear their Stars of David. We had families saying they were fearful of displaying their menorahs or wearing their kippas. So we had a lot of fear in the room, and well-deserved, because they were blamed for something they had no responsibility or involvement with by an elected official. And I'm very encouraged by Rabbi Wagner of Shabbat of Richmond, who said, seeing the mayor of Richmond use his public platform to circulate hateful anti-Jewish comments was deeply painful. I think we all agree, irrespective of our personal faith. And I would have liked to have seen the city of Lafayette with 5 different synagogues and Chabads represented. You have a strong voice, and the influence of this community in the stability and the affluence and the lovely attitude that we experience here in Lafayette should have been represented. And I kept waiting and waiting out of the list of people that were named in opposition to Eduardo Martinez. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
No additional speakers at this time.
Okay, we're on to the city manager's update.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Just 2 updates from city departments. The Lafayette Senior Services Commission is partnering with the Lafayette Police Department to offer CHP's Age Well, Drive Smart class on Thursday, February the 26th from 10 a.m. to noon at the community center. You can sign up through the city's website. And the second update is a happy one. After many, many years of planning, the Lafayette Town Center Pathway and BART Station Improvement Project will begin on February the 23rd. Portions of the parking lot on the south side of BART will close starting the 23rd, and the project is expected to last several months. It will result in a bike station at the southern entrance to BART, providing secure parking for 80 bicycles, a pedestrian plaza and turnaround, and public art. So there will be some inconvenience to be had for the next several months, but the end result, I think, would be a welcoming addition to Lafayette, really provide a safe and secure way that people can exit the south side of the BART station and walk along a pedestrian and bicycle pathway, ADA compliant, to downtown Lafayette. And that's all I have.
Are there any questions for our city manager? Is there any public comment? Okay, we're on to presentations. And as background for our first presentation, let me just say that Lafayette's mission statement calls out our commitment to lifelong learning, and through the city's Public Art Committee and its newly expanded focus, the city seeks to embed the arts in our civic life and in the fabric of our community. During the next 2 years, we'll help strengthen these civic values through presentations at the beginning of the first council meeting of each month by an arts organization or an organization that offers lifelong learning opportunities. Tonight is our second presentation. Kathy Bowles of the Park Theater Trust Board will talk to us about the renovation of the Park Theater and the contribution the Park Theater will make not just to the vibrancy of our downtown, but to the vibrancy of our arts community. Kathy, it's all yours.
I think she was going to,
We're ready for the presentation.
thank you. So, good evening. My name is
Can we have that on the TV screen as well?
me? No. Oh. Oh. I'm glad I'm not
We,
responsible for
we
that.
don't want to have to turn our backs on you, so.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, perfect.
All right. So my name is Kathy Bowles. I'm the president of the Park Theater Trust. And on behalf of the Park Theater Board, two members are here tonight, Tracy Farrell and John McCormick. Of course, John really doesn't have a choice. And also on our phenomenal finance, legal, and construction committees and our community partners. Just wanted to thank you for your time and an invitation to speak to you tonight. But I want to thank City Council and not just the current members, but the previous council members for their commitment to lifelong learning and the arts. We all know any significant change starts with leadership. They have displayed decades of commitment to art, culture, music, theater, and dance. We acknowledge and appreciate that a robust and healthy community has to contain these elements. It is a commitment made decades ago by LASF, now Alpi, by our schools, our community's embrace of a 100-year-old theater, the amazing library and its commitment to lifelong learning for every segment of our society, the Community Foundation of Lafayette for supporting small art and culture nonprofits that make our community so much richer, and the list goes on. The Park Theater is part of that rich history and heritage, and I appreciate the opportunity to delve a bit deeper into how the park will be a cultural catalyst for our greater community. So as you know, the Park Theater Cinema opened in 1941 as a cultural cornerstone of the community's growing downtown. The arrival of regional multiplexes led to its closure, but the community always desired a rebirth. And thanks to generous donations from the community and the city of Lafayette, in 2021, the all-volunteer nonprofit Park Theater Trust purchased the park property on behalf of the community. And today, the Park Theater Trust is closing in on its goal of raising $15 million to renovate this historic community cinema that has been dark for all these years. I want you to kind of note the condition of that theater when we were removing those seats. It is going to go from a single screen movie house to a sustainable two-theater cinema with a community space, commercial kitchen, rooftop terrace, and will be operated by the highly regarded Cinema SF Bay, who runs the historic theaters in San Francisco. As you can see from this, there's a couple highlights. If I had one of those like red wands, I would do that. But there's a large theater, about 160, 65 seats, small theater, 49, an expanded lobby, a community space, which is on the mezzanine level there. You'll see the grand staircase that goes up to the top level with natural air light coming down, and then the rooftop terrace and solar panels on the top. So when we purchased the park on behalf of the community, one of the goals and the promises was to save its historic, iconic marquee and architecture from demolition. Architecture is art. And so a bit more about this unique gem we have in the heart of our downtown. Here are some of the highlights about the architect's career, William B. David. He immigrated, he was an immigrant from Armenia, moved to California in 1920. He was a former set designer for MGM. He built 25 cinemas on the West Coast in the streamlined modern style, which was a style that followed the Art Deco style and was considered to be cleaner, unadorned surfaces, sweeping horizontal lines, and at that time, inexpensive to build due to less ornamentation. Now, wouldn't that be nice? That was then, and this is now. The other really iconic part about the park, of course, is the marquee and the tower. And one of the unique thing is the trapezoidal shape instead of a rectangular box to maximize sight lines, and the very rare Novio glass that we have. This glass is from 1941, is significantly rarer because production of decorative neon effectively halted during World War II as factories shifted to the war effort. Our glass represents the peak of the Art Deco streamlined modern craftsmanship just before that era ended. And a little bit about the Novio glass, it really was talking about true gold. It gets us, here's a fun fact. Fun. Novio glass gets its name because it was designed to be no violet. The glass itself acts as a natural filter that blocks the purple violet light from the gas discharge, leaving only this pure, warm, golden glow. So we have in our neon, we have really a unique piece of art in and of itself. Luckily, we identified really the foremost restorationist of neon probably in the country. His name is Jim Rizzo. He resides in Berkeley, and he has our neon there in storage waiting to restore. There's so much about the park that's distinctive. And at every opportunity, the park is reusing our treasures and working hard to recapture kind of the welcoming nature that was the original park. Here are a couple of things that we're doing. Kind of the carpet is being duplicated, perhaps with a less floral pattern that we had. We are working with Series Seating, which has provided seating to the Screen Actors Guild and other different theaters throughout the country. We will have comfortable chairs, but that are also in keeping with the time. Again, our exterior wood and glass poster boxes are being recreated. This shows some of our gems. On the left are the original Art Deco sconces. They were in the large theater. That picture, they're actually shown in the back of Tracy Farrell's car as she was taking them to storage. See, we go to really no end to save money. And then the teardrop ceiling lights on the right are being restored and rewired. Those sconces really were held center stage in the big theater and will be there again in the larger theater once we reopen. The vintage film cabinet on the left will be purposed in the community space, and the one projector head, the gold part, will be displayed in the lobby, and the other one will reside with the Lafayette Historical Society. A little bit about our partnership with the Lafayette Historical Society. All of our old photos and our information on our website that deals with the history of the park really was in partnership getting from the Historical Society. We also, thanks to funding by the Community Foundation of Lafayette, we are creating a documentary capturing the history and the reconstruction of the park. And we look forward to sharing that documentary when we open in early 2027. So I bring your mind back to what that original slide showed of what the theater looks like. This is when you took off all of that awful ceiling and the paneling and the walls. This is the bones of what was there. This is all beautiful, beautiful redwood. The stairs on the right, as you can tell, were not to code. That is how we accessed the top for several years to change the marquee when we first purchased the park. On the left are the two projectors that were there. And just want to note that these were real REEL film projectors, and that the park in its re-envisioned state will be able to show not only digital film, but also real film, which I don't think there's any theater in the East Bay that can do that. This was like my favorite thing to do. When we were showing people the theater, you'd go upstairs And that knob on the right was how you actually turned on the lights in the theater, those that worked. So you just moved that knob from one to the other. And hopefully, no sparks flew, but, clearly we will be a little bit refurbished. It all starts with the movies, but the Reborn Park Theater will offer so much more. So our research, which started back in 2018 and continues to this day, has shown that our community wanted movies, but did want more. They wanted music, they wanted speakers. One of the things we focused on early was creating an environment that could deliver a variety of entertainment forms. And we will be able to deliver, thanks to the incredible team we have on board. Not just our architect, ArcSign, but Charles Salter of Salter Engineering and Meyer Sound are partnering with us, both considered leading experts in their field in acoustical engineering and manufacturing. The park will really be an acoustical showpiece, not just sound for movies, but for all the variety of programming that will be offered. Another equally important aspect of the experience is the HVAC system, which was designed by Taylor Engineering, another top expert in their field. All of these experts are offering their services in incredible discounts, and we are extremely grateful. So although we will be replicating many of the wonderful textile and period piece finishes, the patron experience will really be top-notch. So this is just a rendering of what the mural might look like. That was indeed the old floral carpet that was in the Park Theater for many, many years. We'll have a mural with a grand staircase, the concession stand, a commercial kitchen. Here is the larger theater, and way before we picked out our seating, that is indeed some of the seating that will look like that. This is where the sconces will go. Again, this will be 160 to 165 seats. And here's the rooftop terrace that will really be so unique to Lafayette and just such a wonderful spot. We don't have a picture here of the community space, but we know that will be really highly utilized by city, by chamber, by nonprofits, by families. So this is an example, and it's probably too small for people to see, but it was an example of the programming Cinema SF provided us back in March of 2024. That maybe was a little wishful thinking, but if you want to look at the current offerings, check out the Balboa Theater website. In addition to current movies and throwback favorites, they host special events like comedy nights, thematic festivals, music nights, documentaries by local artists, including high schools and colleges. And perhaps in our case, they would consider a showing by one of our own city council members. And to show their commitment to Lafayette, Adam and Jamie recently spent 2 days here, just listening. They met with a variety of organizations representing seniors, teens, elementary and preschool-aged children and their families, high school teachers, and city and chamber representatives. And we know they will deliver. So created in 2019, our mission statement kind of remains our mission today. I won't read that for you. I think we've gone through it in terms of where our priorities are. So here is our question. Here's my question to all those listening and hopefully watching this in the near future is, do you believe that the park can be a cultural catalyst for our greater community? And if yes, we would greatly appreciate your support. Thank you. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for coming to tell us about this evening. Thanks for all the work that you've done since 2019. It's just been incredible. Are there any questions?
Just a quick one. Apologies if I missed it, but so what's the timeline? When do you think you'll be open for all this great?
So the target is, we're saying early 2027. We got held up a little bit in the permitting process and particularly over the holidays. But I also have to do a shout out to the city staff, the county, even PG&E has been really remarkable in terms of kind of pushing forward the project. So we have weekly meetings with OVRA, our contractor, and we have a timeline that, trust me, the trust is very active in terms of making sure that they are on target. So the target right now is, it's supposed to be a 14-month project, and we're pushing to see if we can shrink that a little bit, but first quarter. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, is there any public comment?
No speakers at this time, Mayor Anduri.
Okay, thank you again for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to our second presentation. Chief Williams.
Check. There it is. Hello, good evening. Good evening, Mayor Anduri, Vice Mayor McCormick, and City Council members. Thank you for having us. Lafayette PD has had a couple of recent additions to the police department. I'm just here to talk about them and showcase our men and women here. We had 2 new hires for Lafayette PD. We have Officer Baruther. He began his journey in law enforcement by attending the Contra Costa County Basic Academy in 2020. After successfully passing the academy, he spent 8 months assigned to our Martinez detention facility, which is the jail in Martinez. He transferred to our patrol division in 2022. And during that time, once he passed the FTO, our field training officer program, he spent 4 years either working in El Sobrante in North Richmond out of our base station in the West End, or he worked out of our Valley station, which covered Alamo and Walnut Creek. He also was selected as a field training officer, and he's back there. He has a trainee with him now who's in week 2 of his FTO, of another 4 months to go. So that's great that he's out here training him in Lafayette. We love that. Officer Baruther was selected to join Lafayette in January of this year, and his goal is to enhance community engagement and investigative skills. He chooses to work this Sunday through every other Wednesday night shift with his friend and coworker, Daniel Harper. I'll get to him next. Outside of his professional commitments, Officer Baruther is married to another fellow deputy sheriff, and together they share a 6.5-year-old daughter. Additionally, his wife is pregnant, 8.5 months, so picked a good time to come to Lafayette and go off on some maternity leave on us, buddy. They're going to name their son Henry, which is great. In his downtime, Officer Baruther enjoys fishing, golfing, and taking their 130-pound Newfoundland named Hagrid on walks. Please join me in welcoming Officer Baruther to the Lafayette Police Department. We can make your dog a canine. Like that, huh?
No. Hello, everyone. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity. I'm really excited to be here and excited to be part of the community for years to come. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Daniel Harper. Officer Harper began his career with the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office in 2021 after he graduated from the academy. He was assigned to our Custody Services Bureau and worked both in Richmond at the West County Detention Facility and also in Martinez at our MDF, the Martinez Detention Facility. In 2022, he transferred to the Patrol Division, where he was assigned to Bay Station and Valley Station, much like his partner. Since transferring, he's held various assignments, including he is also a field training officer, so both of our nighttime guys are FTOs, which is great. He's also a pilot, a member of our small unmanned aerial systems, which is our drone team, which is great. So we have a drone operator through him. Officer Harper is also a certified instructor teaching at both the academy and at our advanced officer training dates. Prior to joining the Sheriff's Office, Officer Harper was in the U.S. Air Force for just about 5 years, achieving the rank of senior airman. In 2016, Officer Harper deployed overseas as part of the first security team to establish a new air base in Niger. He returned for another deployment in 2018. Officer Harper looks forward to learning about the city of Lafayette and working with his close friend, Officer Baruther. Officer Harper and his wife Jordan have been married for 1 year, and they have 3 dogs. Officer Harper enjoys golfing, snowboarding, and spending time with his family. Please join me in welcoming Officer Harper to the Lafayette Police Department.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to say thank you for having me. I look forward to the next few years I have with you guys.
Lafayette Police Department recently got a youth services officer, which is fantastic news. Our plan with this is to strengthen partnerships with our schools, the parents and community organizations, enhance our campus security, and lead juvenile criminal investigations. A dedicated YSO, the Youth Services Officer, is going to allow for proactive education, mentorship, and early intervention. Our position is that the YSO will enhance campus security, help deter criminal behavior, a visible, approachable officer, which we're going to have through that man back there, will enhance campus security, foster trust, improve transparency, and build positive perceptions of law enforcement among our youth. Increased coordination between our schools and law enforcement will support a better follow-up on juvenile cases and strengthen community engagement in addressing youth-related issues. Now, I'd like to introduce our Youth Services Officer, Tanner Blank. He joined the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office back in 2021. Officer Blank was assigned to the West County Detention Facility in Richmond, and then he transferred to patrol in January of 2022, where he was assigned on the West End and Bay Station. He's been with Lafayette PD since July of 2023. In January 26, he was selected as our YSO, which we're happy to have him for. It's been about a decade-long hiatus. Officer Blank is also assigned to our SWAT team as a hostage negotiator. So he's going to be really good at talking with those juveniles, I hope so, right? Officer Blank is also a defensive tactics instructor and a taser instructor for the Sheriff's Office. When Officer Blank is not on duty, he enjoys traveling with his wife, Paige, who's here joining him tonight. And they enjoy taking walks with their dog, Hank. Please welcome me in joining Tanner Blank to the Lafayette PD.
Thanks for having me. Like Chief said, I've been here for a little bit. Excited to keep doing good stuff and very excited to get this program started after about a decade of absence, and excited and looking forward to what we can accomplish going forward. Thank you.
Before I get to the next thing, sorry, this might be a minute here, but I just want to recognize some of the people we have in our back wall here. We have Sergeant Plyler, who is our nighttime sergeant. Yeah, applause for him for sure. Another Air Force guy. We have Andy Comley over to my right there. He's our emergency services coordinator. And we've got Danielle Wishon, who is one of our CSIs. Next to Danielle, the gentleman there in the tie, he is our 2025 Lafayette Officer of the Year, and we're happy to have him. So Sergeant Plyler took many weeks in crafting up about an 8 to 10 page write-up on him. I will not bore you with all of the fantastic things that he does, but I tried to make this in about 3 minutes, so please bear with me. Detective Pullum was selected for Lafayette Police Department investigations January of 2025 and transitioned seamlessly from patrol to detective. From the onset, he demonstrated exceptional initiative, technical expertise, and leadership, quickly establishing himself as a primary investigative force within our unit. Throughout 2025, he consistently exceeded expectations, often operating independently under heavy caseloads while delivering results that benefited not only Lafayette PD, but also multiple external agencies. Deputy Poland possesses a rare passion for criminal investigation and offender accountability. Unlike many investigators who rely on warrants for later apprehension, Detective Poland actively locates and arrests suspects, personally making arrests across 7 counties in California throughout 2025, including one as far south as Orange County. It is not unusual for either he or Sergeant Plyler to come walking up to my office and say, "You got a second? We got an outside warrant. We're going to go hook. Okay, where are you going to be? How many days are you going to be gone?" And these guys, they go out and it's great work that they do. A notable example occurred in July and August of 2025 when Detective Poland investigated a series of auto burglaries involving a blue Mini Cooper. Through detailed vehicle analysis, our automated license plate research, and DOJ coordination and interagency collaboration, he identified the suspect vehicle despite repeated cold plating of the vehicle, meaning the vehicle driver took off the license plate and put on another false tab on it or false license plate. It doesn't matter. That guy sees something and he will remember it and he will find it through other video evidence. He continued follow-up and led the investigation of the suspect through a citizen informant and a connection to Colma PD, where they also had a case, and eventually arrested both suspects in Stockton after a lengthy pursuit coordinated with their Delta RAT team, which is a vehicle enforcement team. Both suspects were booked on multiple felony charges and remained in custody pending prosecution. Throughout this investigation, Detective Poland demonstrated exceptional tenacity analytic ability to coordinate with outside agencies, ensuring accountability despite numerous obstacles. His performance has been formally recognized in May of 2025 when he received a letter of commendation for solving a residential burglary and recovering 2 stolen firearms from unrelated cases. In August of 2025, he was named the Field Operations Bureau Deputy of the Month for solving a robbery and multiple auto burglaries. Detective Poland has a strong foundation for his investigative success and did not require additional training for his assignment. He quickly demonstrated proficiency in search warrant preparation, database utilization, and advanced investigative techniques. His ability to track vehicles with or without license plate using ALPR data is exceptional. He has an extraordinary ability to recall suspects, vehicles, locations, and criminal associations developed through years of experience and continuous self-study. Yeah, something's going on here, huh? What's going on? In June of 2025, Detective Poland identified and arrested a previously known fraud suspect and recognized months later while working undercover at the Art and Wine Festival. Seriously, there was a picture that we were looking for this guy that we had sent out track flyers to agencies, and they were like, hey, we know that guy. He's done a similar crime to us. He walks outside from our command post. There's thousands of people standing around, goes outside and starts scanning the crowd, goes over to Sergeant Plyler and that's the guy on our wall, isn't it? Sergeant Plyler's like, what? And they went up and arrested him as he was coming into Lafayette Art and Wine before he could purse snatch or steal any wallets or anything. It's fantastic work that he does. Detective Poland is highly respected by his supervisors, peers, and allied agencies. He routinely assists patrol deputies, detectives, and external partners without expectations of recognition. His willingness to mentor others and share his expertise strengthens both individual performances and organizational capability. He maintains professionalism with suspects, treating all individuals with respect and impartiality. This approach frequently leads to cooperation and legally sound confessions. Detective Poland maintains a positive, humble, and mission-focused attitude, never seeking personal recognition. He approaches challenges with professionalism, resilience, and enthusiasm, enhancing morale and setting a standard for others. His calm demeanor and military background and diplomatic approach earn respect from colleagues, community members, and offenders alike. Detective Poland is an exceptional detective whose performance, initiative, judgment, and professionalism consistently exceed expectations. His contributions have significantly enhanced investigative outcomes for the Lafayette Police Department and our surrounding agencies. He is a highly valuable asset whose work ethic, leadership, and integrity reflect the highest standards of the Office of the Sheriff. I do not have the plaque back. Shame on me, I own that one. I ordered it, but we don't have it yet. So I'm sorry I don't have anything to present other than a good handshake. But please join me in welcoming the 2025 Lafayette PD Officer of the Year, Detective Michael Poland.
Thank you, everybody, for having me. It's been a pleasure to join the Lafayette Police Department. I've enjoyed my time here. I've enjoyed working with everybody, and to include you, Sergeant Plyler. It's been great. So, yeah, thank you.
Now that's about how he is. He's in his head. He's already solved 14 other crimes, but that is him in a nutshell. Anyway, that's all I have. I'm open for questions, comments, concerns, gripes, and those things.
Okay, questions or comments?
I have a comment, Detective Poland. I was last year, I was the mayor. We go to the Contra Costa mayor's meetings every month. And after chiefs told the story about catching the person at Art and Wine, I was able to relate that to all of the mayors of Contra Costa County. And they all went, wow, thank you so much for getting that guy off the streets. So you're famous. Thank you.
And I will say I was volunteering at the Art and Wine. I was at the chamber office. We were doing the cash counting right next to the police, and I came out right when he was being apprehended. And that guy looked so surprised. It was delightful to see with a whole bunch of Lafayette police around them. So, but anyway, it's terrific. Thank you, and all obviously we really welcome the new members of the force. It's a terrific team. We're very proud of you guys, and thank you for taking care of us.
Just real quick, I just want to thank you all for everything you're doing for our community and keeping us safe. I'm glad to see the Air Force well represented, but you know, all of you are doing terrific work, and thank you so much for everything you're doing for Lafayette.
Also, thank you to everyone on the police force for your service and for keeping us all safe. And thanks also for looking out for the kids. I appreciate that new position. Thank you.
All right, welcome. Thank you.
And I just hope all of you know how appreciated you are by the council, the staff, the entire community. We're very fortunate to have a police department of this quality looking out for our safety. So thanks to all of you. And is there any public comment?
No public comment at this time, Mayor Anduri.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Okay, so we're on to the consent calendar. Would any council member like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Would any member of the public like to pull an item?
No request to pull any items.
Okay, can I have a motion for approval of the consent calendar?
So moved?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. We're on to item 14. Food truck activity in downtown Lafayette. City Manager Srivatsa and Heather Ward, Management Analyst.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'll briefly summarize the staff report and elaborate on a few additional details. On January 14th, the city received a request from the Chamber of Commerce asking the council to review the increasing presence of food trucks operating along Mount Diablo Boulevard and to consider whether an ordinance or parking restrictions would be appropriate to regulate food truck activity in the downtown core. Staff first developed a downtown food truck information survey and spoke with each food truck operator. 3 food trucks are currently operating in the downtown commercial district: Spicy Burrito, La Baquina, and the Hummus Bodega. Spicy Burrito has been operating in Lafayette for over 3 years, the other 2 trucks for less than 6 months. Last Wednesday, on February 4th, staff notified all 3 food trucks that the council would be discussing the topic of food trucks at tonight's meeting and provided written copies of the agenda and staff report. The electronic copies were provided the following day. I'll provide a brief overview with respect to county and city regulation of food truck operations now. With respect to the county, mobile food facilities are regulated by Contra Costa Health, which issues and annually renews mobile food facility permits. After completing the food truck inventory, staff requested that Contra Costa Health confirm whether the 3 food trucks currently operating in downtown Lafayette held valid mobile food facility permits. On February 3rd, the county informed staff that none of the 3 trucks had valid 2026 permits. The same day, city code enforcement submitted environmental health complaint reports for each truck. The county has not yet provided staff with an update regarding the complaints or next steps, and all 3 food trucks continue to operate. Now I'll speak to city regulations and enforcement actions. As noted in the staff report, the city of Lafayette does not currently require business license or mobile food truck permits. With respect to parking enforcement operators routinely monitor food truck compliance with city parking regulations. I'll provide one update to the staff report. The city has issued 2 tickets to one of the food trucks for failure to pay a parking meter. Both tickets have been paid. Neither the police department nor the city's transportation and circulation program manager have received complaints regarding parking congestion related to the food trucks. This does not include the written comments received. I'm speaking to things that are separate from the written comments with respect to that comments. With respect to code enforcement staff have responded to multiple complaints involving food vendors placing tables, chairs, signage, and other objects within the public right-of-way on sidewalks. Vendors have generally been compliant when contacted by code enforcement and instructed to remove those items. However, staff have observed repeated occurrences of the same violations. Code enforcement has not received complaints related to noise or garbage emanating from the food trucks. I'll briefly touch on the issue of sales tax, which was not addressed in the staff report. The California Department of Tax and Fee Administration provides very clear guidance to mobile food vendors on reporting sales tax. There is a great mobile food vendors tax guide, which CDTFA provides that answers a lot of basic questions about what you need to charge taxes for, how you report, how you pay the sales tax. It's very comprehensive. It outlines, of course, that mobile food vendors are required to register for a seller's permit and report sales tax based on the location where each sale occurs. If vendors underreport or fail to report accurately, they may be subject to an audit by CDTFA. In summary, the staff provides a very initial review of food truck operations in Lafayette, bounded by the nature of the Chamber of Commerce requests. I'm happy to answer any questions, and staff is very happy to take direction to further elaborate and evaluate and explore this issue.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions?
Thank you. Thank you for the report. It was very helpful, I think, just to kind of see it all in one place, what's going on. A couple of questions. So you mentioned that code enforcement's gone out and evaluated the current state of the health certificates, the county health certificates, and none of them are currently active. Is that what I'm?
None of them have 2026 valid permits.
Okay.
They have told us that they have pending applications, but in terms of drafting the report, since the county is the enforcement agency, the staff report relies on the county to tell us where they are. And I checked in with the county again today. They didn't provide a response, but the county has said that none of them have active 2026 permits.
And so enforcement for that, is that the county's responsibility?
At the county's responsibility.
Okay.
The county, Contra Costa Health, their environmental.
Are we, is the plan to follow up as long as they do it? And would somebody make a complaint to the county if there was,
There is, the code enforcement officer, there's an online environmental health portal in which you can submit complaints. And so the code enforcement officer submitted a complaint. And so we understand anecdotally from speaking to one of the food truck operators that the county visited last week. But when I reached out to the county to ask them for an update, they haven't gotten back to us. So we'll continue to check in with the county, but they're the ones that have the enforcement role. And then code enforcement can continue to check in with them as well. But they are the ones that monitor the issuance of the permits and that they're annually renewed.
Perfect. And then on the question of sales tax, I think that is a question that I get asked. We ask, do the food trucks pay Lafayette sales tax? So it sounds like you've done the research and they're supposed to.
They're supposed to.
Do we know if they do, or is that still?
We don't know if they do. When I looked into the issue, it says that the city can obtain limited seller's permit registration information from CDTFA through a formal authorization process. So we can request that information if we do it formally. State law does not allow cities to access tax returns, sales data, or audit information. And so we can look into more and talk to CDTA about what we can do to validate. I did read that there have been some instances where cities have established their own mobile permit systems, and they've requested that the food vendors self-validate that they're paying taxes. But it seems very much on both ends, the state end, and then where cities have had this permit, a localized permit, very much an honor system. But audits can be done, but we can investigate this.
No, I was just
This
wondering.
further, but they are required to do so.
Right.
Yeah.
Great. And then finally, you mentioned the fact that Lafayette doesn't have a business license. You hear sometimes, well, if we had a business license, that would solve this problem. And just having a business license wouldn't necessarily solve
Totally
this
solve
problem
the
because they
problem.
could just get a business license, right? So, or not.
They still, whether they have a business license or not, they're still supposed to be self-reporting. Yeah.
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we know if any of our neighboring cities have any sort of ordinances for food trucks?
There,
Okay.
I think Concord, Martinez, various cities have them and have been exploring them, but for the purposes of the staff report, we didn't do
course.
any elaboration on them, but happy to.
But there are some around.
There are some around.
Excellent, thanks.
And maybe a segue from that question. I don't know if you've talked to other cities, like the ones that have ordinances in place or maybe not, if the issues that have surfaced here in Lafayette are kind of similar to what other cities have dealt with. Is that, I can't believe we're like the only community where this local businesses have raised a question. I'm wondering if in conversations you picked up anything.
Yeah, again, we haven't done a deep exploration into that issue. I think some cities have restricted food trucks to certain locations in response to some complaints or concerns from business. So it's something to look at, but I don't have I haven't explored it enough to provide anything conclusive in a response. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Heather, for this comprehensive report. I've seen a coffee pickup truck trailer on occasion. Maybe I just happened to catch them a few times they've been in town, but is your list of 3 based on kind of a survey over weeks?
Our understanding is that the coffee operator sold her business back in November and hasn't been, and the new operator hasn't returned to this area.
Okay, so your experience is it's really just
It's really just these 3. So yeah, our understanding, the operator had spoke to code enforcement, told code enforcement that she was selling her business and wouldn't be back. I also contacted the Cousin's lobster truck because they're here on occasion as well. The person I spoke to there said typically they're only in Lafayette once a quarter. So I didn't include them in the report because they're not a regular downtown food truck.
And are they invited by I want to say maybe they were in Roundup's parking lot or?
I've seen them in front of Trader Joe's a few times is when I've noticed them, but I think there have been food trucks that have participated in various events like what is it called? AARD's Recreate in the Park event on Sundays, I think, had invited food trucks to the Oak Bridge parking lot a few times. There have been city events where food trucks have been invited. And so, again, that wasn't specifically raised in the chamber letter, so we didn't address that issue, but we can further elaborate. I understand historically there's also been some interest in having food trucks in different parking lots within Lafayette for different specialized events. And so there's been discussions about having food trucks at the National Night Out that is done in the summer. So there has been, I think, interest in food trucks participating definitely at different specialized events.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, we'll open it for public comment. Anyone who wants to comment in this manner will have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, I have a number of speaker slips. I'll call you one by one to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. If I mispronounce your last name or just cannot read it, please feel free to correct me when you come to the podium. Our first speaker is Sonia Nawabi.
Hello.
Okay, welcome.
I'm Sonia. I'm the owner of 360 Gourmet Burritos and Oasis Cafe. I've been here in Lafayette doing business for the past 20 years, and I'm here to discuss about the food trucks. Been here doing business and by Trader Joe's in the past 6 to 8 months, and I have seen drastically my sales has dropped about 30 to 35%. My store is just on the outside side of the other town, and it's a fast, casual restaurant, and I solely depend on the lunch rush, so it's drastically has affected my business. And it's just not, they started coming 1 food truck, and now it's up to 3. And they stay from 9 in the morning till 6 p.m. about 5 to 6 days a week, so which is a lot. And as a small business owner, I'm having so much overhead paying, employees, payroll, rent. So I don't think that's fair for them to just park there all day long and take away our, portion of business, which is affecting a lot. So I'm not the only one, as there's some other businesses being affected too. So it's just becoming a concern. So we can do something about it. If they cannot just stay there 5, 6 days a week and from morning till evening, and they don't even feed the meter. So if we can do something about it. In the past, I had about 3, 4 months ago, I had called the city of Lafayette, expressing my concern, but they didn't want to help out and take it further. So I want to see what can be done. So that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker?
Just a quick question. Thank you very much. So your sales are down 30 to 35%.
Yes.
Over how long a period? Is that from the last 6 months or?
Yes, it's about since, the economy is not doing so well overall, but having the food trucks, not only one, but now they keep on adding up to 3. So it's just, just the sales are dropping and dropping, and it's affecting my business, I think, because I solely depend on construction workers. They come for lunch rush and they just go there, they get their burritos or tacos. So it's affecting me a lot, to be honest. I don't know any other restaurants. Obviously, it's affecting them too. But 70 to 75% of my business is lunchtime. So they're there and just taking away our business, and I'm there paying sales tax, employees and overall. So it's just, I don't think it's fair, and something has to be done.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Maria Gastamundi?
I'll pronounce my last name, Zekas.
Well, I'll find you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Council, Mayor, thanks for having me come speak a little bit. I'm Nico. I own Rancho Cantina in Lafayette, right across from Diablo Foods. I think my speech is going to have a lot of numbers attached to it, and I'll start off with, first of all, we're very proud to be a business owner in Lafayette. My wife and I, we bought the restaurant 2 years ago, and if anyone's gone through an SBA loan to try and get a business, it's like a very bad root canal. Okay, that's the best way to describe it. So I welcome any other restaurants in town. They're all my neighbors. They're not my competition. Anyone that gets through that process deserves to do business and make money in this town. Having a food truck, a Mexican food truck across the street from a Mexican restaurant to take some of the business away is poor judgment. And my worry is 10 food trucks will be in front soon. And for us, the restaurant business, our margins are 5 to 15%. And as the business goes down, you start losing an employee for lunch. You start saving labor on the weekends, and you try and figure out how to still continue to make business. So the food trucks that come in with a permit and start selling, even if they don't take as much from me as they do from Maria or the Oasis or 360 Burrito, that's all lunch business. Even if they take $100 or $200 a day from the restaurant, that adds up over time. And we have right now 22 employees. And if business starts to go down in the wrong direction, as a business owner, we have to start cutting labor. We have to make adjustments to the menu. We do all the stuff we have to continue to make money and pay the bills of running a business in this town. So again, my worry is if this thing gets out of hand and it turns into a street that has 10 businesses. We spent $28,000 last year in marketing. So people think of Rancho Cantina when they want Mexican food. And when they come out of Diablo Foods and they see a food truck there instead of us, that's not helpful. And like I said, when we came to this town, we've donated over 25 gift cards to the local schools and the elementary schools, and we're giving back to the community, and we want to stay in business in this town. And, I think it's probably not helping having food trucks out front. I think that's about it for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Maria?
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. How do I make this thing work? I don't. Maria Gastelumendi. You don't have to remember that. I think the two other restaurant owners spoke extensively about the damage of the presence of food trucks are causing to the small business community. I am going to focus more as a person in Lafayette, as a member of the community in Lafayette, doing voluntary work for two committees and speaking about issues in the community. This food truck problem is creating a collusion with our work, especially at the ETF. We are trying to move the small business community into more reusable to reduce pollution and garbage creation. It doesn't help to have these polluters in front of us. Creates a discontent from these recipients of this communication from the ETF and lack of response, because with one hand, we are trying to talk a language that is a little foreign for them, and on the other hand, they are calling the city about the food trucks and they don't get any response. So it's very difficult for us to accomplish anything moving forward. Not only that, but the city is not paying attention that we have a proclamation that Lafayette is an idle-free city. The food trucks are idling permanently there. For all the time they are there. Not only that, we already have regulated the gardeners blowing gas in the garden. Now they have to do it an electrical way. What about the food trucks? They are blowing for 8 hours gas. Today, as I was driving by Monte Diablo Boulevard, one of the trucks had a red bucket with gallon in their generator, running their generator. So are we going to pay attention to those violations? Are we going to take action against those violations, regardless that they are taking business from us? They are also contributing in this terrible thing of pollution. Every day we hear that air quality is not good. We don't have any fires around, but the air quality is not good in winter. We need to work together. The city needs to support us in this endeavor. Dragging our work at the ETF because we encounter these contradictions is really not help. We count on you to take the right decisions. Something that the health department had told me is the authorized food trucks, sorry, one more minute, to stay for an hour and a half. They are food trucks. That is what the health department had told me.
Okay, thank you very
Please
much.
help us.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Nope. Okay, thank you.
Gia Esquivel?
Good evening. Thank you for
Welcome.
having me. I am kind of the creator also of La Viquina Mexican cuisine, one of them that you listed. Listening to the owners here, I respect their
I'm
opinion
sorry, creator of?
of La Viquina Mexican
Oh,
cuisine
thank you.
as well. I'm 17. I created the business to kind of help also learn more about about myself and the business aspect and for college. And I created it to help me pay for college as well. As I said, I do respect their opinions and all of that. La Viquina usually stays there from Wednesday to Saturday from 11 to 3 p.m. And from the garbage aspect, I myself go after school to make sure that our employees are cleaning up correctly and making wise decisions and to not violate anything that the Lafayette City has endured for rules. I also make sure over the weekends as well, when I have time to go and to make sure that nothing is out of the ordinary, nothing is weird. We just try not to violate Lafayette because we respect each business there. And I truly don't want anything to be a competition in between any businesses. And I do apologize if other food trucks have been taking business away also from these people. And I do respect them, and I like to respect everyone in the Lafayette community. But I also just think that I wouldn't want my food truck to be a competition with anyone. I just think my food truck would just be efficient and quick just for those who just don't want to sit down and have to wait the time to wait at a restaurant fully. As I said, our food truck was not meant to be a competition. We just wanted to serve the food we love. It's what we love doing. Me and my family love to cook. I mean, that's all. It's just all love, you know? And yeah, I'm grateful that Lafayette has given people the opportunity to be able to sell food. But yeah, as I said before, we try to ensure that we leave nothing behind, no garbage, anything. We pay the meters. As always, I make sure of that myself. Even when I do work there with my fellow employees, I make sure that everything's up to date. And yeah, I really don't think it should be a problem with us, at least. We're only there for at least 4 hours, and we leave, we clean up. I make sure myself outside that we leave nothing behind, everything's locked. And yeah.
Thank you. Are there questions?
Yeah. Great. Thank you very much. And so you are, just to confirm, so you're the owner or you're the
Or
creator?
kind of the creator. Obviously, it's under my father's name since I am a minor.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Can you, since you do know the business, do you know, are you familiar with how the sales tax works? And do you know, are you putting Lafayette as your sales tax or your
Yeah,
ordinance?
we do pay taxes and we do have a permit for that.
Right. And do you know, can you confirm that do you have Lafayette as your location when you're paying the sales tax, or do you know?
Yeah.
I don't want to put you on the spot. I just didn't know if you.
No. Yeah, we do put it as a sales tax for Lafayette.
Okay, good. And you say you're there 11 to 3? Because it feels like when I drive past Mount Diablo, I do see the truck there early in the morning, but you're only open 11 to 3? Is that how that works?
Yeah, because we kind of just start setting up to ensure like nothing is in violation or anything. Like we make sure everything's clean before we serve food freshly, and then we do open at 11.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Just want, have you filed your application for your 2026 permit with the County Department of Health?
From what I know, all our permits are up to date, especially for 2026.
So you have filed and received?
We have filed the permit for 2020.
But you have not yet received the 2026?
Yes, we have.
You have received it?
Yes.
Okay.
Earlier this month, I think.
Yeah, I have the receipts. Yes, when I send the pay, they told me I have to fill out the application. I fill out the application again, and they give me the receipt today, so I have all the permits and everything paid for. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Sheila Tolbert.
Good evening. Thanks for hearing me out. I want to say that I'm a very strong supporter of the food trucks in your city. I am living in Concord, and I have discovered your city through the food trucks. I know Hummus Bodega in San Francisco, had lived in San Francisco and loved them. And then when I moved to Concord, I found out that they deliver through DoorDash to Concord. Because I love it so much, I have also come to Lafayette in the purposes of the food truck, and have discovered several other restaurants and several other businesses through the food truck. I'm happy to know that your city has had interest with special events and inviting the food trucks for those special community events. But I want to say, as an outsider, but in the Bay Area, the East Bay Area, this has attracted me to your city. I hadn't come to your city once at all before, even though I have friends who live here. It was the food trucks that brought me. I also want to say that having come from a very small town in Oklahoma, it seems like a very wondrous thing, a food truck, because it reminds me of the street vendors that you see in New York City. And as I understand, all the larger cities around have places for their food trucks and encourage the food trucks. And it's a very popular thing, especially for young people, but it's the thing to do is to have a food truck, to be an independently owned small operation, just as we heard for this Mexican restaurant, but also for an agent that has another standalone brick and mortar, but to have a food truck at somewhere else. So I think it's important for the city. Excuse me. Again, that whatever's in the air. My little city in Oklahoma had an opportunity to have Halliburton come back in the day when we had the big oil bust or oil boom. Halliburton was invited, but the city fathers in our little city denied that. The population at the time was around 2,500, as I understand it from city lore. The population was about 2,500, and then there was a neighboring community also around 2,500. Halliburton went there. They now have a college and many, many other businesses. And so I feel like that when a city denies a business or a type of business to come, you should think very long and very hard before you deny, especially when you want to be inclusive of other cultures like these food trucks are. You want to encourage people to come. You want to encourage small businesses because even in this day, the backbone of all of America is small businesses. And this could be, just as we see as our beloved lady here with the Mexican restaurant, this could be her entry into a business that will grow and grow. So I completely support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Do you have any questions or comments?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Next speaker is Natalie Ben.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I apologize that I didn't write anything out. I hope that's all right. Just going to speak from the heart here tonight. I'm a local Lafayette native. I've lived here my entire life for 30 years. My father came to Lafayette in the 60s. He owned multiple businesses here over the years. He passed away, but fortunately, he built such a wonderful community for me here that I have always been able to continue to call this home. And I'm also a proud member of the local Jewish community here. And I, for some background, happen to also work in the food industry. I transitioned to that about 2 years ago. And I work specifically a lot with event planning that can span from anything to small events, massive events with hundreds of people. So I understand a lot of the nuances that go into this space. And I am someone who, even though I cook a lot for myself, sometimes I don't have time to do that. You know, I'm cooking for so many other people that sometimes I just want to take a load off and pick up. And I do support a lot of restaurants here in town, always have. I'm a foodie. And sometimes I don't have the time to sit down and do that kind of thing. And something that has been really special, particularly, and I've supported all of these food trucks, by the way, but something that's been particularly special for us in having Hummus Bodega is that it is the only kosher food option in this entire area, not just Lafayette. The Jewish community that lives here really goes through great lengths to be able to get kosher product. We're fortunate to now have a little bit more access with the kosher store that's in Chabad, down on Golden Gate Way, but it's very limited and none of that is ready to go hot food. And they also have their own limited hours. Ever since Hummus Bodega popped up here, it felt so special. That I couldn't believe that we finally got something like this. The closest thing we can go to for other kosher options is Oakland, in San Francisco, or in the South Bay. And I personally know many, many people in the community that go through great lengths to be able to provide kosher food that's hot and ready for both their families, their homes, for events. And ever since they've come, it's really solved a lot of those issues. And we would love to keep business local and not have to bring that business to other parts of the Bay Area if we can keep it right here. And I felt so fortunate and proud that in Lafayette, we finally got to be the place that established a kosher business here. I'm aware that there are other businesses in town that serve relatively similar Mediterranean cuisines, but we're the only one that is kosher. and that not having that would gravely alienate an entire population that has long been wanting that in this entire area. I know people from all over the Bay Area, not just the East Bay, that have come explicitly to Lafayette just to benefit from this truck. So I know that it's bringing a lot of joy to others and to myself. I would love to see this continue to stay. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer anything.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes.
Just a quick one. We did get a lot of letters in for that particular food truck. And I believe it's one of the ones that's in front of Trader Joe's now with where the other ones are. Would it be viable in another location, perhaps? Like closer to the store on Golden Gate Way? Just throwing out ideas. Or is the location of it really super important?
I don't work for the truck, so I can't speak on behalf of them of what their ideal situation is. I do know that the truck used to be in front of the Bay Kosher store, but it had very limited visibility there and access. It's not a secret that that main part of Mount Diablo, you know, near Wells Fargo, Trader Joe's, Diablo Foods is kind of the heart of the city and where most of the attraction is. I will say, as someone who's lived here my whole life and I actively drive a lot, most people never want to park at that little strip that's right there because it's hard to parallel park without obstructing traffic. And so I don't personally find that it's a nuisance for me in terms of parking. I also live closer to that side of town. So for me, it's more accessible. But I think that in general, not that I can speak for everyone, but I think most of the community members that are supporting this truck would come regardless of wherever it is, as long as it can be in the area and be accessible still with parking, you know, that's available. Do you have any other questions?
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker, Lisa Deesbro.
Hi there, Lisa Disbrow. One of the attractions from the surrounding Bay Area to Lafayette is the eateries, right? And you guys do the Taste of Lafayette. And I was there one evening watching all of that, tons of people involved. And I just want to remind you of the slogans that I'm very familiar with coming out of Lafayette for the last at least 5 years. Diversity is our strength. All are welcome. And love Lafayette. All three of these businesses are trying to do that. They reflect diversity. And as we've noted, we've had a boom in mobile services. I was surprised you could get your windshield repaired. I never knew that could happen. Dog grooming, laundry delivery, pickup, and pet grooming. That's happening all over. And people are so busy these days that they need these sort of support services, or at least it makes life a little better, right? So I want to mention that food trucks are less expensive. I've been to most every restaurant in Lafayette because I love to eat, and it's expensive. And there are times I can do that, and there are times I can't. And I know for a number of our students and our families picking up something on the way home from football practice or going to football practice or blah, 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 a food truck is a real slick answer to that. What are we having for dinner? Or the kid is hungry. And it's a healthier option than some of our fast food restaurants. And then I just want to remind you, I'm the daughter of a small business owner, so I know about competition. You have multiple gas stations in this town. You have multiple grocery stores in this town. You've had many restaurants for a long time, all competing with each other. That's the nature of business. It's competition 101. And it's, in my family, it was feast or famine. You have to find a way to survive and make it work. And that's the life of a business person. So I'm for the food trucks, and I hope that you remember that diversity is your strength, and that includes food trucks.
Thank you. Are there questions? Nope. Thank you very much.
The last speaker I have in the room is Brian Parsons. If there's any additional speakers, please fill out a slip and give it to me now.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Brian Parsons. I'm with Vibrant Lafayette. I want to talk briefly about the food trucks. We're kind of in a different position where we're seeing something that's missing in Lafayette. And we want to protect our small businesses, but we also want to encourage vibrant new things that draw people to downtown. Right now, there's nothing doing that. The Chamber of Commerce is great at protecting the people who are part of it. And we love that. It is hard to start a small business, and I envy y'all for doing that. But we also need a pathway for these food trucks or something else to become local and really part of the community, because we want them to bring their revenue to our city. So kind of, I love the idea of these being here, bringing excitement, something new. I've gone to Hummus Bodega 3 times already, even when it was at the little kosher market. I love good food. I've told people about it. I went there, and it was cool to see something new there. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit off track, and I'm sorry. But what we want to see is kind of a program or a group within the city or some new entity that can help find new pathways for new businesses to start up that are needed here. We've heard there's not a kosher place in Miles. Like, that's an unmet need. There's data out there that could support that, and other businesses that we need that complement the owners who are already here, not just who shows up first. So we, as Vibrant Lafayette, want to do something to help make that happen, whether it's a commission, whether it's an economic development forum, maybe it's partnering with the chamber, but there needs to be some sort of way to help entrepreneurs and small businesses get through and get a place here so they can be part of the community. We have been in touch with Curbline. We fought tooth and nail to get them to talk to us, and we're talking about, hey, can we get something in Lafayette Square with food truck pop-ups or a pop-up park, something. But we want to be part of the solution here to get cool and interesting business here while supporting those who have already been here and drive more traffic to them. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Our last speaker is Laura Mann.
So my name is Laura Magoo, and I'm the owner of Rev Bistro here in Lafayette. I'm also a member of the Chamber Commerce Board, but I'm just going to speak briefly about owning a restaurant in Lafayette. And I am an entrepreneur. My husband and I started Rev 10 years ago on our own. I appreciate, and I'm so impressed with you starting a food truck. I wish you were my kid. I would be cheering you on. And but I think having a kosher food truck, it's great, but I think the reality is right now we have 3 food trucks. What's going to happen when we have 4, 5, 6 all lining downtown? The expenses of owning a storefront in downtown Lafayette are extremely expensive. The people that are in those buildings pay a premium to be there. You speak to minorities. The restaurant owners were minorities. And so I think that there is an unfair advantage by not having any kind of rule or regulation on who can do business downtown. The restaurants that line downtown, again, they're paying $20,000, $30,000 in rent. And so then you have a food truck come and park in front and then leave. So I think that one food truck or that other food truck, maybe it's a wonderful food truck. There's nothing wrong with it. But again, what if when we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lining our corridor? And I think that's where the council and the city really need to take a look. It's not about one food truck. It's
What's a rule that will work? What about providing a food truck place? What about finding a solution? But I don't think we can focus on an individual food truck. It needs to be a policy that works for downtown. So that's what I would like to say. I'll answer questions if anyone has
Okay.
one.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
That was our last speaker.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council and open it up to comments and discussion.
I can start if you want, only because I've been working with Chamber on this topic for 6-9 months or something like that. So so it's great. I appreciate it. I think it's great for the conversation to get more public. I could just offer a couple of things that I've found, just my research, but I don't, it's my opinion or what I found, but I think staff would be the final arbiter of this, is actually quite difficult and unusual to put true regulations around food trucks. It is actually very hard. You can't really say you can't park a food truck in this block or this 2-block thing. Most cities don't. You can, so that's just a thing to kind of, I think, realize as a city, it's a big deal because they're a legally operating business. And because they're legally operating business in California, you know, as a city, we can't prefer one over the, one kind of business over the other, assuming it's meeting all the objectives. So that's something I think for us to, I'm not a legal expert, that's just what I've in my reading. So I just want to kind of put that out there. It can be difficult, I think, to do specific regulations. What I think is important, though, is there are the laws that are in the books. We should make sure that they're followed. Right. I think it's really important that they're, have a health permit and have things that are important. So that's kind of, it's a challenge because I hear I know how expensive it is to own a business in town and restaurant. It's very, very expensive, and the food trucks have certain advantages and certain disadvantages. But I think if you look around and really study what actually the regulation is around, there's not actually that much when all is said and done that individuals in the city can do around food trucks, as far as like you can only be this part of town, not the other.
Thank you for the background because we haven't researched it yet. But I guess the question here tonight is that, do we want to even look at these things? That's what I'm thinking is the idea here tonight. And I'm definitely in favor of learning more about it because I don't have your knowledge of it yet. I would like to know what the city can or can't do and understand our limits if there are limits, and then that helps educate our public as well. So I'm in favor of looking into this if there's a willingness and an ability by staff to do that.
Yeah. Thank you. I think I'm with Councilmember Candell on this. I think I've got probably more questions than I feel like I have any answers at this point. I'm really sensitive to the issues faced by small brick and mortar businesses in town where you got to pay a lease and you've got a lot of fixed costs. And, when someone says that their sales are down 30 to 35%, that's a lot. And can appreciate the margins that these businesses are operating under. I think the last thing we'd want to see would be just a series of spaces emptied and for lease because they just can't compete in this environment. I'm sensitive to, maybe you got 3 trucks right now that are sort of like the core. Someone raised the question about, well, what happens if you get, say, 7? I don't know. I mean, is there a tipping point in terms of the vitality of the restaurants that we've got in this community? I'm concerned about that. I was asking questions earlier about like what other cities are doing, because we're not the only community in California that's dealing with these issues. It'd be helpful to get a better sense of what's out there. Maybe there's a smarter answer than I could think of. I would just like to learn more, and I can appreciate Vice Mayor McCormick's comment about the challenge of regulating. I'm not sure I want to go whole hog in regulating things, honestly, but I just want to have a better sense of what are the options, other approaches that other communities have found that might be, valuable for us to consider.
So I can offer, so Moraga is about a year ahead of us at this point. They are, and their council, it was one of their 2025 council priorities was like regulate food trucks. And so their planning department has gone off and kind of put together the different options and did a staff report very similar to this. And I would suggest we could probably see they're about ready. I believe in the next meeting or two, they're finally going to come back with a set of suggestions. I'm not going to say what they're going to do because we'll probably wait for their council meeting. But I think it might be something for us to monitor and then report back, because they did a lot of the legwork, and the staff report that they put together actually had the list of regulations that are actually around your surrounding cities. And again, when you dig in, there's almost none. But it really is about making sure that the laws that are on the books are enforced, which are considerable. I mean, if you have to have a health permit and you have to park legally, and you have to feed the meters, and you have to keep things clean and whatever, that's really important. So that's what a lot of it came down to. But I think we are a couple weeks away from having Moraga at least give their feedback, and then we can kind of take that as input into seeing what's available.
Yeah, I'm all for going to school in Moraga.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great, Councilman McCormick. Thank you for that information. I think, yeah, I would definitely support staff coming back with an analysis, including Moraga's found out. I would really be interested in what the options are for having like a clustered site option, if that's something that we are able to do. And then if so, what would be some options, some location options?
Great. I can give you a little update because Orinda has got that. If anybody's done Orinda, they've got a food truck night. Thursday, they're all clustered around the library. And so my original, when I started doing this, like, oh, May Orinda's regulating food trucks. And that's what they've kind of said. You can be here on Thursday, do whatever. And it turns out, talking to Orinda, there's no specific regulation. They actually seek out to bring the food trucks to that area on Thursday to have people come. So it's not really, they're not restricted. They're like, do whatever they can to bring the food trucks as a treat for the residents. So yeah.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times you see the clustering, that's what it is. We're seeking to bring people there.
Yeah, I'm thinking of more formal options that I've seen or setups that I've seen in Portland, Oregon. Granted, it's not California. Also in Hawaii, there are often parking lots, setups where there are multiple food trucks who are there every day, the whole day. It's just sort of an equivalent of a brick and mortar. It's just unique and customized for food trucks, for mobile trucks.
Yeah, I'll just add to the information. There were a couple of articles in the Chronicle towards the end of last year about cities in the Central Valley that had vacant lots that were dedicated to food trucks. And the food critics of the Chronicle were very excited about the options that were available. But I think we're a little different situation. So let me just say, for everyone who's been listening to this, obviously, this is the first time that this has come to the council. So we're hearing this information, at least some of the council members are hearing this information for the first time. So I'm sure no one is expecting us to hear this, question's been raised, and have ready answers. So no surprise, we don't have ready answers. So the question is, how do we proceed? And one of the options that was given to us was may choose to take no action at this time. I think from what I'm hearing is that we do want to direct staff and then bring it back to the council. So there seems to be two different levels on which we can approach this. And I'll raise one that was raised, but I'll raise it this way. I think one of the things we've heard is, to the extent possible, we at least want the food trucks to be on a level playing field with the brick and mortar restaurants. Obviously, they're not paying rent or all the other things, but they need to comply with regulations as they exist. So one of the things we could do would be to ask staff to follow up on the permits, continue to follow up to make sure, because at a minimum, I'm sure that we don't want any food trucks on our streets that don't have the permit from the county health department. So we'd follow up on that. And then I think it's very important that food trucks that are spending most of their business day in Lafayette are paying the sales tax for Lafayette. So number one, I suggest that staff, you all have gone to each of the food trucks and given them the information about tonight. I think it would be useful to go to them and give them the mobile food truck sales tax guide. And then also do follow up with the state to see if they're paying taxes. Because I think that's something that comes up. I think out of fairness, we want to make sure that these businesses that are spending this much time in our community are paying their sales tax here. And then in terms of going forward and finding out, what can be done, I put it in terms of finding out what others do. And we've heard Moraga and Concord and Martinez, which have different approaches. It's interesting. But then also it'd be useful to have the city attorney involved and see what our legal parameters are. There's the practical side, what we might like to do, what can be done, but also I think it'd be useful to know what the legal parameters are. What could we if we want to take action? So, those are the things that I'd like staff to look at. Is there anything to add to that?
The only other thing I was thinking, I think it's great this to have staff. I think it'd be worthwhile to have, a minimum, I think just a list of the rules that the food trucks need to follow, and make sure that we let the food trucks know, that we're like, they got to feed the meters. They have to keep things clean. I think they're doing it generally, but I think it's helpful because, we have heard some complaints about that. So I think that's a minimum to make sure that that there's some sort of best practices or our expectations of as a city, what we expect.
I skipped that. Yep, the third item here, code enforcement. We need to have our code enforcement officer come by. But I'll just note, this is just, need to keep in mind that this is a cost to the city of having code enforcement spend time on this issue. So just need to be aware of that.
Yeah, one thing that was concerning was the mention in the report of sometimes the public right-of-way is blocked or obstructed, and that the tables or signs have been moved upon request, but then they come back. What kind of ordinance do we have for the public right-of-way being clear at all times for pedestrians? And
Yeah, I'd have to check with the code enforcement officer on that. When I went out with him, he noted there was specifically a signage requirement that prevented the use of the A-frame signs.
yeah, we
And
have a
so
sign
there's-
ordinance.
Yeah, so there's the specific sign ordinance. He referred me to, the ordinance that talks about the sideway restrictions is right now under grading. And so it's a little bit difficult to enforce that, I understand, with respect to the food trucks. So we could look into sort of rewriting or replacing the sidewalk obstruction ordinance into a place where it might make more sense, but this might be a city.
Well, I think
Attorney.
we should ask the city attorney.
Yeah.
Nothing can really encroach on the sidewalks. So
Yeah.
we wouldn't even, if that was all you even wanted to do, code enforcement can continue to regulate that because we need to make sure it's accessible to pedestrians and for ADA purposes. So,
Okay. He was concerned that he was doing it under grading. Okay, sounds good. So then not an issue.
Okay, anything else?
Oh, one other
Like-
thing, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Our transportation manager is currently wrapping up a parking study, I believe, and I'm would love to know how the findings in that study or recommendations in that study might potentially impact food trucks' use of the parking spaces in the right of way.
Yep. Okay. Is that enough direction? So we'll proceed with the level playing field items. We'll bring it back to the council with more information to think about what to do if anything going forward. All right. Okay, thank you for everyone who came to speak on this item. It's very helpful. Okay, so we're now on to item 17, council commission reports, council members report on activities and considerations, a matter council member wishes to initiate for placement on a future agenda. Does anyone have anything? While people are thinking, I'll start off by saying that we did have on February 3rd, our first welcome event for newcomers in Lafayette, spearheaded by the Lafayette Juniors, who did a great job organizing it in collaboration with the city and with the Lafayette Library and Learning Center Foundation and many other participating organizations, including the Chamber of Commerce and Lafayette Rotary. So that went very, very well. And the next event will be on Thursday, July 30th.
So I'll work to keep this under 3 minutes, Mayor. So a couple of things. In as much as wildfire preparedness is our #1 priority, quick update on the Emergency Preparedness Commission meeting. Andy Comley, who's been really great at facilitating our interaction on the emergency preparedness front, referred to a Contra Costa County Office of Emergency Services field tabletop exercise, 19 cities, including Lafayette. He said we are well represented. And I guess if you're going to grade us on the curve, we seem to be more on the prepared side than not. So kudos to him in that work. The emergency operations plan is being updated now by members of that committee, led by the chair, Duncan Siebert, with Stephanie Bon-Thompson, Andy Comley involved in that effort. So that's a work product going on from the commission. And then finally, our Firewise maven, Stephanie Bon-Thompson, reported that we've got at least 35 Firewise communities in Lafayette. We're on the way to 40, which is really significant. So that effort just continues to power along. And kudos to her and all that group working on that. Last Friday, the Vice Mayor, City Manager, and I went to an effort, the East Bay Wildfire Working Group, which has been organized by Senator Grayson. A couple of quick updates there, one of which is in the state budget, there's only about $314 million allocated for wildfire-related work, plus Prop 4 money, which when you look at the size of California and our issues, really seems like a drop in the bucket, so to speak. But so there's an effort going on there. Senator Grayson has worked with cities, including Lafayette, to identify projects on that list, and that'll be a work in progress. There'll be an item, he's sponsoring SB 959, which I believe will come to the council later this month, which sort of does for schools what they do in New England, where you have a snow day. Here it would be a red flag day, where schools can shut down without losing money from the state. So something to keep an eye on going forward. And then maybe one thing, if you could just indulge me for a second. So some folks know I was back in Washington, D.C. about a week or so ago. It was 15 degrees, very cold. But I went because I had a family member who was being promoted to colonel in the Air Force, which is my family's background. His former boss was a 4-star general, did the honors, and this is at the National War College. And I just was struck by a few things I just wanted to share, which is when you get to the top leadership in the military, Air Force, Navy, Marines, really impressive people. I felt good that in terms of the military, our country is in the hands of these kind of individuals who are really working together and working collaboratively to secure our country at the top. There was no chest pounding. It was all about working towards a common goal, which really struck me as something that felt good in this particular time. The other thing I'd also note is that my cousin took his oath of office again, which is very similar to the oath that we take. So whether you're on a city council in a small town in California or a state legislature, or you're a 4-star general or the Congress, the president, we're all taking allegiance to the Constitution. And I think Lafayette, we're like one thread in this fabric, which makes up America, which is sort of this oath to follow, preserve, protect, defend the Constitution of the United States. It meant a lot to see that there in that echelon, and I just thought I'd share that because I felt pretty good about this country. We come from a really strong, deep roots, and I thought that was just worth sharing.
Who would like to follow Jim?
Oh my gosh. Well, I'll go next, but I may not give inadequate. A couple of things though that we did is Council Member Witherspoon and I attended the annual retreat, the board retreat for Recycle Smart. And we talked about the plans for the coming year, and I was able to share what Lafayette is doing with our commitment to sustainability and getting their food scraps out of the garbage into the green bin. So that was exciting and kind of helped show, I think, some more leadership. We can continue to show our leadership in this area. I also want to share that I'm on the board of Marine Clean Energy, your representative on that. I've joined their new finance committee, and we are looking at ways to lower energy rates for next year to try to give a little bit of relief for the very high energy rates that we all use. PG&E. There's three components. There's gas, there's transmission, and there's electricity. Like the electrons, MCE only works on the electrons, but we have about 90% of Lafayette residents are MCE customers. And so even lowering it, MCE is going to do what they can to lower that bit for all the ratepayers. So I wanted to suggest that hopefully that'll be a part of their the next fiscal year starting in May.
Yeah, thank you. Last week, the Transportation Circulation Commission had a really great presentation from CCTA on the La Miranda and countywide smart signals program. A lot of acronyms, so I can't replicate it, but it might be something worth inviting them to come to speak to council at some point to tell us more about the program and the benefits that it will bring us. I also wanted to ask for perhaps a item on a future agenda, kind of teeing off of Councilmember McCormick's remarks at the last council meeting about e-bikes, and what you had learned at the Cal Cities Roundtable. I thought it might be helpful to have for the council a kind of update on the various city staff activities. I think Andy Comley is on a Danville initiated but more regional task force looking at this issue. It'd be great to hear what that group has been doing. Love to hear what LPD's observations have been, their experiences. State legislative efforts would also be good to have an update. And then I'm kind of wondering what East Bay Regional Park District has been thinking about with respect to the trails that they have jurisdiction over. I think that's it.
Sorry. On to item 18, which is written communications, 18A, multiple requests for activities, closures of streets. They're all there. Everyone has read them. The only change will be item number 1, request from the Lafayette DIB committee and others for use of the plaza on April 11th has been withdrawn. So the resolution that is being considered will now read, instead of when it lists the different resolutions where it says number 1, it'll say withdrawn. And then we'll delete Exhibit A. We won't re-letter everything. So with that, I don't think we need a staff report. We've got all the items there. So is there any questions before we go to public comment? Okay, is there any public comment on this item?
I have no speaker slips on this item, and I have no hands raised in our virtual audience.
Okay. All right, so
You want a motion?
I would love a motion.
So a motion to approve these special events and adopt resolutions 2026-15 for the special event street closures and no parking areas except for item 1 on this agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let me ask the council, do you want to proceed right into the last item or do you want to take a 5-minute break? Okay, 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back in session. And we're on item 15A. Appeal by Michael Hoffman of the Planning Commission's approval. And the way we're going to proceed, we'll hear the staff report. We'll have questions from the council to staff. We'll have public comment. And then this is a de novo hearing. So the applicant will have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation. The appellant will then have up to 10 minutes for a presentation. I'm sorry, the public comments will come after the appellant's presentation, and then the appellant will be allowed a rebuttal of up to 5 minutes, and the applicant will have a rebuttal of up to 5 minutes. So, Greg, take it away.
Sorry, yeah, sorry, Mayor
Oh.
Drury. Yeah,
Yep.
so I packed everything up. Yeah, so I will recuse myself from this item because I'm family friends with the appellant.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we will see you at the next council meeting, if not before.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nicole Zittel. I am an associate planner with the City of Lafayette, and tonight I am joined with Greg Wolf, Planning and Building Director, to discuss the appeal of this variance and lot line revision application at 19 and 20 Spring Hill Lane. On December 1st, 2025, the Planning Commission approved the subject lot line adjustment between 19 and 20 Spring Hill Lane, as well as approval of a variance for a 120 square foot garden shed, 25 feet from the northern property line. After this approval, this Planning Commission approval was appealed, and hence we are before the City Council tonight. To go over some context for the two property addresses located on the screen, the project site is located in the northeastern portion of Lafayette at the end of a cul-de-sac, which extends down a short valley. Both 19 and 20 Spring Hill are being discussed tonight, and there is common ownership of both parcels. 19 Spring Hill is the smaller parcel to the north and 20 to the south. Analyzing the first element of this project, which is the lot line adjustment, it would be between 19 and 20 Spring Hill Lane. This lot line adjustment complies with the goals and intent of the low-density, single-family residential zoning designation and the rural residential general plan designation. The existing single-family residential land use will persist on both lots, and the lot line revision will remedy the existing nonconformity, which is the substandard lot size of 19 Spring Hill Lane. Currently, it is 2.96 acres and would meet the 5-acre minimum zoning requirement after the lot line revision. Shown on screen in the right-hand graphic, highlighted or outlined in green is the proposed movement of the lot line. So again, to orient ourselves, to the north is 19, to the south is 20. That lot line would be moved southwest, giving more acreage to 19 Spring Hill Lane to make it compliant with the zoning district regulations. Both parcels would comply with the development standards of their respective zoning districts. The second element of this application is a variance for a 120 square foot garden shed highlighted in yellow on screen. That is 25 feet from the property line, where 50 feet is required. This site, 19 Spring Hill, does have steep hillsides and existing mature vegetation. However, the flatter area of the valley floor does provide adequate space for reasonable development of residential uses and its structures. Staff has not identified any special circumstances of the subject property that would deprive it of the privileges enjoyed by other properties in the vicinity and in the same land use district. Hence, staff recommends the City Council adopt Resolution 2026-12 denying the appeal in part by approving the lot line adjustment subject to conditions, and denying the variance. Thank you.
Okay, are there questions for staff?
Do you have a clarification? So just to confirm, because it's my understanding, reviewing the planning commission, whatever, that the planning commission has approved a lot line adjustment and approved the variance, correct?
That is
The
correct.
recommendation, your recommendation though, is to approve the, or deny the appeal and continue to approve the lot line adjustment, but reverse the planning commission's decision and deny the variance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could segue off that, so we have two considerations or decisions here. One is lot line adjustment, and the other is the variance of the shed relative to the other property. Those are really, that's it.
That is correct.
Okay.
A couple questions. And if you think this is better for the applicant, just let me know. What is in the current barn? Like, what's its function now?
Of course. I think I would let the applicant further elaborate on that. But I believe, or sorry, there is a dwelling unit in the upstairs, and then downstairs is used as a storage area.
And there's a kitchen and bathroom, like it functions as a primary residence functions. And I see people in the back going, yes, good. What I did see was the gate. There were significant changes to the design of the gate from the original DRC approval in 2022. Is there supposed to be a variance for that as well? Because 6-foot fences are pretty standard for our city, right? And so how does this gate get out of the 6-foot fence?
If your reference is to the oftentimes you'll see it at a ranch. It's a bar on 2 posts. I think the plans show, and I would ask the applicant to speak to it, that structure is 51 feet from the property line, so it would meet or exceed the.
No, this is the entrance
setback.
gate where the cars drive in.
Correct. Yep.
Oh, it's 50 feet. Oh, it's 50 feet from their lot line where that
Correct.
actual gate is.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. One more, and this was just something that was in one of the meeting minutes. And so basically if the applicants had agreed to try to rezone the initial parcel down to match the other neighbors' houses, not to have the LR5 zoning, but have more with the rest of Spring Hill Lane, doesn't that get them out of both variances? For the little shed and then also for the house or the /ADU at this point?
Right, which is a hypothetical question.
A hypothetical question.
We have not received an application for
No.
rezoning, so we have not done the complete analysis. However, if it were to be rezoned to the R20, which the rest of the street is, every other property served by Lafayette Lane, thank you for bringing up an exhibit showing the zoning. So 19 Spring Hill is outlined in green, and it is the anomaly on the street with respect to zoning. And the prior residence, which was demolished, was consistent with the development pattern on the rest of the street, not with what the underlying zoning is in red. So were it to be rezoned to R20, yellow on the map, I believe it would the 2 structures that are subject of tonight's meeting would meet the requirements of that R20 zoning.
Okay, so I want it then to go and we can, you don't have to answer this now, but have we ever done that for a property like after construction has happened in Lafayette? You've been here long enough. I figured I could ask you.
I will try to recall. I don't know that the timing of it is relative to construction happening is at issue. I think that the issue that the council would consider at any point in time, planning commission first, then the council, is whether the proposed zoning is basically makes sense and is consistent with the purpose, intent, of the area. It wouldn't be spot zoning it, you know, that would be inappropriate. So really there's I think, broad discretion and deference given to a community to zone its land appropriately. And I think on the face of it, the fact that the prior house was with the development pattern consistent with the development pattern on the street, which was R20, suggests that it might be an appropriate rezoning to make, but that has not, we're not there.
All right, thank you.
Sorry to follow on here. This may be a better question for the property owner, but there's several emails we received that reference a commercial enterprise involving a wine tasting room and so on at the site. And I just wanted to understand if that is the case, if that's planned, and that may be a question for the property owner, but I thought I'd just put it out there not to lose track of that.
We're happy to speak to it, but I would ask the applicant to speak to that as well. As it. The applicant applied for a change to an interior space in the tunnel, the existing tunnel, for a private residential wine tasting room. And that was a point of discussion during that. And the applicant has been explicit in their application and intentions that it's a private residential tasting room. We have many in the community that we've approved previously, often in the basement, because that's good for wine storage. So that was approved by the Design Review Commission.
Okay. So it's not, there's no commercial enterprise here that the city has permitted. It's a private activity in someone's house.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. Follow up on my own question. Sorry. I'm just still a little intrigued by our situation here where we are. We have these two things where we're being asked by you to approve one part of the appeal and deny the other. Yeah, well, these two are linked. Why are these? I mean, I'm kind of curious why these are linked such that they're all in one thing. That the applicant, why do they appeal an approval of a variance? I guess I'm confused on, because we have you're requesting. May I just understand the reason why staff is saying we should deny something that was approved by the Planning Commission? I guess is my question, right? Because it feels a little odd. Normally we're being asked to affirm, right? Or appeal and whatever. And typically staff will be asking us to affirm something. I'm just kind of curious how this is lining up.
I think that is generally the case. Staff has been consistent throughout with respect to the variance that in our review of it, we're not able to make the findings of special circumstance which would allow for the grant of the variance. Staff does not make the decision on the variance, and so we are making a recommendation to the hearing body. And first, it was the Planning Commission. We recommended denial. The Planning Commission, in its deliberations, determined that it could make the finding that there were special circumstances, and those are articulated in the resolution. Staff maintains our initial recommendation throughout, and that's our recommendation to you. So once again, the council in its deliberations could make a finding that staff is recommending against. So I believe, you know, in the grand scheme of things, more often than not, hearing bodies agree with staff's recommendations, but it is by no means universal.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, my apologies, Mayor. But to follow on that question thread, with respect to the variance, there's a setback required given the LR5 zoning, which is 50 feet, as I recall. Every other parcel along Spring Hill Lane is zoned R20, I think?
Correct.
It's a different setback requirement, correct?
For a side yard,
yes,
it would be 15-foot minimum.
Okay, so if it just so happens, if that 19 Spring Hill Lane was zoned like the other parcels, it would be a 15-foot setback. the shed is at 25 feet, so it would conform
Correct.
under that scenario. It's just because it's zoned LR5, it's 50 feet.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions? All right, so could we hear from the applicant, please? You have up to 10 minutes.
Hello, council members. I'm Pete Doctor. My wife Amanda and I have owned property on Spring Hill Lane for 18 years. And our goal from the start has been to create a nice, quiet respite for our family, which we hope will soon include guest visits from our first granddaughter due in April. This is not a commercial or public function, either 19 or 20. We wanted our home to reflect the design aesthetic and the history of Lafayette, while also enhancing the safety of the turnaround. And I think this redesign and rebuild of 19, which is an extension of that project, is in keeping with this goal. So to avoid further redundancy, I'd like to invite Mark Becker, the project designer, to tell you more.
Hi, good evening. Mark Becker. I've been attached to this project for a very long time. And as staff pointed out at the previous planning commission, they did not support the variance there either, but planning commission did, and there were special circumstances that involved that. But I'd first like to touch on, and I would prefer that you look at these individually as well. First, the lot line adjustment, that's pretty straightforward. What we're trying to do is one of two things. One is enlarge the parcel to the 5-acre minimum that's designated, but also the home, the 440 square foot home that we built there was approved based on the location of relative to the original house. And after we were fully permitted and well along our way, fully framed and everything, it was brought to staff's attention that this is a problem, a setback problem where they needed a 50-foot setback. And so we're here stuck with this project that we've already had approved. We've gone through the full process, everything by the books and per what we were told to do. And so I came up with the idea to correct this situation by realigning the lot lines and categorizing the 440 square foot building as an ADU, thus requiring only a 4-foot side yard setback, whereas we are 33 feet or so from the side property line. So what this does is it cleans up the lot size. It addresses a later found nonconformity. We're converting, there was a question about the barn. The barn is it's 1,000 square foot single family home with all the amenities. The storage area below is a garage and a workshop, and so that can function as a primary residence. So that's how we've achieved that. And we feel like that corrects all of the issues and cleans that up. Regarding the potting shed, a little bit different story. We approached staff with this, and Nicole, could you bring up that original diagram showing the potting shed for me? Yeah, there you go. So if you see the hatched area below the yellow area, that was actually approved on our grading plan. That was approved by staff. That was closer to the street and closer to our neighbor. And at that time, our neighbor, Jeff Adams, wrote a letter of support saying he had no problem with our shed being built in that location, and he fully supported it. We later decided to push the shed further back. And because it's only 120 square feet and it's under 12 feet, it does not require a building permit. So we worked with staff. Again, staff suggested, well, you're moving this, talk to the neighbor. If the neighbor writes a letter of support, we can support this. Got another letter of support from the neighbor, again supporting it. However, what happened was we decided to add a toilet and a sink, and so we needed a building permit. And when we went back to staff, a bunch of other things occurred with our other neighbor across the way, and they said, well, you need to get a variance. So we naively, I guess, we followed the protocol, and now we're stuck with this shed. that we could have built elsewhere, but this was all supported and our neighbor supports it. And so what I'd like to say to that is I kind of disagree with staff's opinion, but it is important to note that they did not support it at planning commission level either. But I'm just going to read this because I wrote it and I had to think about it. But the government code section 65, excuse me, I need my glasses, 65906, it says a variance may be granted where special circumstances applicable to the property deprive it of privileges enjoyed by other properties in the vicinity. The catchphrase is under the same zoning classification. Well, this references comparisons to properties under the same zoning classification. I believe the intent of that standard is equitable treatment of similarly situated properties. In physical and functional terms, this property literally was indistinguishable before we tore the house down from other properties in the street. And so I feel that the strict application of the ordinance in this unique circumstance deprives us of the privileges enjoyed by all the other neighbors in the immediate setting. Every other property on the cul-de-sac has 10 to 15-foot side setbacks. They have sheds. Some sheds are right on the property line. Some are 5 feet from the property line, and we're 25 feet from the property line. The other item of this is roughly 35% of our property is dedicated to setbacks, easements. 12% of that 35 is a cul-de-sac that we donated to the street. Our property line's in the middle of the street. There was a big problem on this street. Fire trucks, Amazon delivery, what have you. So what we did is we pulled everything back to create a proper cul-de-sac so all the delivery trucks can turn around. We then repaved the entire street all the way to Spring Hill because of all the construction that the neighbors had to endure during this process, because it was not a fun process over the last year and a half. And then finally, I think it's really important to note, and there is another photo that I talked to somebody about that I'd like to put on the projector, because I think this puts it in perspective as well. I'd like to start with the first photo and then walk us through the second, third, and fourth. And I think this really sums it all up. I also have physical handouts if that's not going to work.
CJ, we need the overhead. I've stopped the timer until we get the.
I could hand out, I have physical copies as well.
It'll be better on the.
Okay.
I think he wants picture one though, is in the front.
I wasn't prepared digitally. I had handouts for everybody and they advised. No, picture one is the small one on the very front of the packet.
There you go.
There we go. Okay, so this is the shed we're talking about. Our neighbor across the street, Carrie Shermer, our neighbor next door, Jeff Adams, who is the only one who would be affected by the setback. Jeff has written 3 letters of support now for this variant, and he does not want to see this torn down and moved. He likes it the way it is. Carrie Shermer, the same thing. And neither of them want to see this rebuilt. They're perfectly fine with the shed. Could you go to the second photo, please? I would like you to see what was there before in the same exact location, which was the garage. Our structure is behind that left corner of the garage. So that garage was further and closer to the street, roughly, give or take a few feet, the same distance from Jeff Adams' property. Could you go to the next photo, please? And just to put it in perspective, that's the other portion of the house that we tore down. And then the next photo, please. That's the 440 square foot home that we built in place of it. And then finally, the big photo, if we can get the whole thing captured, it's really important. I think this is probably what really sums it up. Could you pull up a little? Okay. You can see in that photo all of the original house and pool, and I've outlined in red the ADU and the potting shed. So to put it in perspective, we are significantly less footprint. we're roughly exactly where the old house was. And I feel like in conclusion, the lot line adjustment corrects an administrative issue. And that is supported by staff. And the variance addresses a unique site hardship created by zoning isolation and physical constraints. So for those reasons, I would, yes, sir.
Yeah, can I ask a question? The 400-foot
ADU.
home now ADU, how many feet is that from the property line?
33 feet.
And that's the way is what we're seeing,
That's how it's built.
the corner of the house?
Yeah.
Old house?
Yeah.
And the corner of the old house was also 33 feet?
No, it's a little further. I think it was like 38-ish, 37, somewhere in there. It's kind of, you can kind of see the corner house dipping down.
Okay. And was the ADU originally approved for a different spot?
Yes. So what happened was we went through planning commission. It was further away. We decided to reroute the driveway to create a garden area. We went back to staff. They reviewed the whole project. They approved it administratively. And we went through the full process. We received grading permits, building permits. We went through the entire process with them. They elected to not take it through design review. That was their discretion. They made the decision and told us what we could and could not do, and we followed their recommendations.
Okay, I interrupted you. Please proceed.
I think that's all I have.
Okay.
I'm here to answer questions if you have them.
Okay, questions?
Thank you. This is actually a very important or interesting picture. Just to confirm, I mean, we're calling it a potting shed, but I mean, I think just to my own mind, I think of a potting shed, I think it's something pretty like, simple, just a structure. But this does have plumbing.
Has a toilet.
A sink, electricity?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of like it's a little ADU house or whatever, tiny house or whatever. It could be all sorts. We're calling it a potting shed, but I mean, it has.
I mean,
this is why you had to have the building permit, correct? Because
no, I got the building permit not because of that, because we put electrical and plumbing. That's why we wanted a building permit. Yeah, but regardless, even if I didn't need a building permit, it came to light after the fact. Even though I got neighborhood support and everything, once I went for the building permit, then the rules, I don't know if the rules changed on me, but things got a little fuzzier.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And kind of following on that, just to clarify.
Sure.
So the setback issue with respect to the shed was there given the zoning or
Correct.
LR5. So it wasn't because you had to you decided to put a toilet in, right? It was just there because of the zoning. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not sure. Could you?
So it's like, it's within the 50-foot setback.
Correct.
Which is part of the LR5 zoning.
That's right.
So that's the
issue.
Yeah.
And we were, when we had presented it, we were told because it was in the rough location of the old house, if we got neighborhood support and a letter, that the staff would sign off on that location.
Right. And I could see where, given the zoning, you're doing the lot line adjustment to make it 5 acres.
Mhm.
But if the parcel were downzoned to R20, which is what the rest of the homes on that street are.
Yeah, then it would be a 15-foot setback.
All these issues go away. I think that's right.
I guess this is the path that we were was presented to us, and the path that we've been on now for the last, I don't know, 6 months or something like that. So this is what was presented to us. And then it was kind of late in the game and said, oh, why don't you go for a reason? Well, we've already gone through this whole process. We went through planning commission, we went through DRC on something else. And so we're kind of like, it's just a lot more work, and it seems like a pretty unique situation. And if you look up variance guidelines, I think it's really what is the intent?
Yeah. And just looking at this graphic here, that existing home, just eyeballing this, at least the garage was within the 50-foot setback.
Oh, both sides of the house were.
It was
yeah.
a non-conforming.
They were all
commercial house was
non-conforming.
non-conforming.
The whole thing was non-conforming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of this, which is like the fact you've got an LR5 lot in the middle of a bunch of R20s.
Weird.
And,
Yeah.
okay. And I asked this question to staff, but I want to confirm with you as the owner's representative, there's no commercial wine tasting facility? It's just a
Nothing.
private use and
It's a private residence and that's all it is. And that's all it ever was, and that's all it's intended to be. It's their sanctuary on weekends and whenever they can get there, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks.
Sure.
I tend to get a lot of questions, sorry.
No problem.
So when was the home/ADU, when did that finish construction?
I think we got signed off on that. I couldn't tell you exactly. I bet you it's been 9 months or 8 months. We got the final sign off on that.
Great, thank you. So you kind of touched on this, but the original plan in 2022 had the 50-foot setbacks for the house. It did for all of these, the house, everything had the 50. So you knew about it. So why did you change it down to the 33? You kind of mentioned the road change, but was that the biggest reason why?
The road change was the only reason why we shifted the road, and we were operating under the guise that we could build roughly where the old house was. And so we went through it and we went very consciously with staff and walked through the whole process with them. We also had a lot of other things approved that we didn't build. We had a lagoon approved. We had a water wheel approved. We had all sorts of things. So we made some adjustments, but we stayed in the spirit of what was going on. It's also important to know that the previous structure was 2 stories, and this is now 1 story. It was bigger by 50% larger. So yes, we scooted it a little bit this way, but we also lowered its visual impact.
Okay, so I'm going to go into some comments that you did. And so this sketch, there was a project plan in your proposal in 2024 when you moved things. And the one in 2022 had the old house overlay in it, but the ones in 2024 didn't show where the old house was. And so this is the first time that I'm seeing this overlaid on the old house.
Okay.
I'm just saying, was there a reason why that didn't happen on the 2024 drawings?
No, I think it was just an update. And I think it was possibly included in I mean, it's all a matter of record. So that we were just showing a revision to the grading plan. So we dealt with the affected sheet. So there's really no reason that I can think of.
Okay. And so there was a couple of letters that came in, and these, I'm sure they came in at a public records request. And there was an email to you, from you to the doctors on July 9th in 2024, outlining a strategy for moving forward on the property. And it said you did shift the house location 16 feet closer to the neighbors, which you did. And in quotations, you said variance for the setback meet as needed. So on July 9th, 2024, you realized you needed a variance for the home from this letter. It sounds like you realized that you thought you needed a variance for the home at least. And so my question to you is, why do you think that wasn't pursued? I mean, I know ideas have been coming, but why do you think that the fact that you did move it and people knew that you thought you needed a variance and then it didn't go through DRC to get the variance? Why do you think that happened?
Honestly, I don't know what you're talking about. So I don't know. I don't know if we were talking about the potting shed or the house. I'm not really sure.
It's the house. It's the ADU.
Yeah. I have no idea, to be honest with you. So maybe the staff suggested that maybe I might need a variance. Maybe they suggested, well, you're with where the old house is, so you don't need a variance. I can't really comment on it. I'd have to dig deeper into that. This has been heavily gone through.
I was
with
just wondering
staff.
if we didn't see everything, and you're saying that you're not aware that there was anything more.
No, I mean, we shifted things to accommodate a new driveway approach, to get it further away from the thing, to create a potting shed. We went to staff with what we wanted to do. We took care of what they asked us to do, and we did it. I mean, we just worked with staff. If staff said, you need to get a variance, we would have gone for a variance. If staff said, you need to go to planning commission, we would have gone to planning commission. We would do whatever staff told us to do.
Okay,
That's what my job is to just respond to what any city wants me to do.
Great. So another question, and this maybe is Greg, is that in that same letter, you did realize that if you wanted to be qualified as an ADU, the max height is 16 feet, and your current building is at 20 feet.
No, it's 17, and max height is 17 feet.
That was my question. I didn't know what the max height was for an ADU right now, but in this letter, in this document, so you're claiming that what you said, it's at 20 feet right now?
No, it's
It's not.
16 feet 10 high. The original building was 20 feet tall. That was approved.
Okay.
And that was never meant to be an ADU. And then when we shifted this and when all this was brought to our attention, so you may be bringing up, I think what you're talking about is things that were brought to the attention long after this was approved, after this was under construction. And that July 9th.
But we
date-
don't have any record of that. So
No.
since it was all done by staff, I
No.
don't have a record of
No,
this.
no,
I'm asking.
But it's
So I'm-
starting to come back to me a little bit. So I'm trying to add clarity. So after the neighbor, the appellant, brought up issues, even though story poles were up for maybe 4 months, we were fully permitted and well along our way with the building framed, all the utilities in place and everything going. And this was brought to our attention by staff. Then we started talking, okay, what do we do? You guys approved this. What are some solutions? And that's when we started talking about variances. The original house was 20 feet. What worked out here is because we shrunk the house, it's 16 feet 10, so it's under the 17-foot height. That's when my wheels started turning. I said, well, how can we correct this situation? Which is why we're going for a lot line adjustment. Because then if we get the lot line adjustment, all of a sudden our setbacks are only 4 feet and we meet all the other criteria. And it seemed like that was the best path forward.
Great, thank you. we don't have any
Yeah, that's fine.
visibility into this, so
I
thank
was
you
just
for
like,
explaining it.
I was trying to figure out exactly remembering sequencing because it's been a long process.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
My apologies. This graphic also makes me, I looked all this up on Zillow.
Yeah.
It's always like a bottomless pit. But so I guess originally when this old house was there, the access to 20 Spring Hill Lane was through that road.
Correct.
Okay.
Right adjacent to the appellant's property.
Right. Okay.
And the big gate was right at the back corner of his property. And we repurposed the gate to the other location.
Okay. So that was part of the design plan here, which is to, and again, this has no bearing on what's in front of us right now, but I just want to understand it. So that road in effect got relocated away from the adjacent owner
Correct.
property line to around it.
That's right.
Moved it away. Okay.
To create more space and vegetation and not just to create the whole purpose was to create a better approach to the property and create as much open space as we could. And so obviously we're only 660 square feet of structure on 3 acres right now. So it's quite a bit of open space.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
All right, we'll hear from the appellant now.
Thank you. My name's Michael Hoffman. I live at the end of Spring Hill Lane with my wife and 2 kids, raised a family there. This is not a weekend retreat. This is where we live. This is not our private amusement park where we have tunnels and exploding dynamite and woohoo rides and have the Pixar gang over. This is where we live, right? In April of 2024, I submitted a detailed complaint to your zoning administrator to enforce the laws, and he buried it, and he buried it. What did he do? He called Mr. Becker. We got to get together on this one. Superior Court has already looked at our complaint and said if this is true, he's liable for fraud. For him to come forward to this board is a blatant conflict of interest. Your city attorney knows it, everyone here knows it, yet he continues to influence this council and your planning commission. He needs to remove himself from this process, please. The DRC resolution allowing this project was clear. Only a single family home could be built, not an ADU, and it had to be 60 feet away from the property line. And it makes sense. No one could build a structure inside those setbacks without a lawful variance, not even this little garden shed. And Mr. Wolf could never, ever approve that variance. Why? Because your code says only the Planning Commission could approve such a variance. And the city's lot line laws, which is before you right now, is pretty simple. No one can play games with lot lines to evade those prior conditions that we just talked about. And I would have been happy to talk about all of these holistic issues if Mr. Wolf had brought our complaint to the Planning Commission, which was his job to do. There was a zoning violation. He's the zoning administrator. It's his job to enforce the rules, not to collude with these people on how to break the law. So what does the official staff report say about all these issues you've been talking about? Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing in here about the history. There's nothing in there about the DRC resolution. There's nothing in there about the conditions for approval. The staff report doesn't even mention section 2408D, which says there can be no violation of the prior conditions of approval. So when we hear these issues about compliance and nonconformities, where is that in section 2408D? It doesn't exist because it is irrelevant. It is irrelevant to this process and your considerations. So does the report tell you how the structure was moved so far inside? Nope. Does it show you the actual drawing that was submitted and stamped? Not this red pen thing that you just saw, but the actual drawing itself? No. Does the report mention the fraud suit against Mr. Wolf? No. Does it mention how the staff spent 18 months meeting in private with these homeowners to come up with ways to slide this across? No, it does not. And in fact, Mayor Anduri, you actually asked some questions about this in November of 2024. And Ms. Ward had actually submitted a request for you to inquire, and you asked a basic question: what's this about? And the staff wrote, behind your back, of course, but to themselves, I think they modified the project to dodge the variance. That's what the staff is talking about behind your backs, dodging the variance. And I'd be happy to distribute this to you, which came out in a public records request. So from our perspective, the lot line change cannot be made under your own rules. It just cannot be made. It's barred because of the DRC resolution. They can't play games with the lot line to do that. You have a bigger problem on your hand, which is your zoning official and his staff have lost their way. So what do you need to do? You need to investigate them. You need to investigate them. Because otherwise, what are we really doing here? You should announce to everyone in Lafayette that, you submitted a project for approval. Don't worry about it. You don't have a tunnel in there. Don't worry about it. You don't have this big giant train bridge up there. Don't worry about it. You don't have a 15-foot archway in the plan. Don't worry about it. You can meet in secret with the staff. They'll slide it across. And then when they get caught, they're going to help you get away with it. You need to tell every developer in town, every contractor, every tycoon, this is how you get away with things in Lafayette. This is a bigger problem for you. Now, we heard some questions about the anomaly of the LR5, the zoning question that you were asking about. A quarter of your LR5 properties are an acre or less. If you look at the map, there are lots like this all over the city. Now, this house was built in 1941 and subdivided from there. So chances are a condition for these subdivisions was to keep it zoned in this rural way. So to be trying to re-engineer this right now at a lot line hearing, well, wouldn't it all go away if we rezone this? That's really not before us. and it's inappropriate to consider that right now. Similarly, there's a question about why didn't you get a variance? Mr. Wolf told him you can't get a variance. And he said he heard that from the city attorney. So they know they can't get a variance. They know that they would have to live with this setback. And so they're coming up with games and trying to slide it past you. Whatever the outcome is for those other matters is not relevant here. They can't meet the conditions for the lot line, and the staff report acknowledges this. And I guess I'd just like to conclude and invite questions with one fact, which is, you know, at every turn, people minimize the impact on my family. But I know some of you have driven out there. They raised the dirt, moving hundreds of cubic yards of dirt for this house to not be on the spot where a corner of our prior neighbor's home was, but to elevate it, move it in our face, plant a row of redwood trees right on the property line. This is nothing like the prior home, to try to minimize that. And the evasion that you had about why they did that, they moved thousands of cubic yards of dirt to move the hillside out to build this illegal train that now everybody has to look at on the hill. So to try to minimize this is, oh, we decided to make a driveway there. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. They slid this past and said, oh, we're just making a quiet little cottage 60 feet away. And then after the fact did all of this behind closed doors, back room. And now we've been fighting this uphill since April 2024. So thank you for listening. I would be happy to answer any questions that any of you have.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Thank you. I have a I scrolled a note here. I think you mentioned that design review commission regulations can't be changed.
No. I'm sorry. The resolution sets the conditions for construction, right? And if someone wants to go back and say, instead of having this house 60 feet away, we're going to move it 30 feet away and inside the setback. That can't be done over the counter. That can't be done over the counter. No one ever made that change. The Design Review Commission never amended the resolution. The conditions for this development have never been changed as far as where the location of this structure is, that it needs to be a single-family home, not an ADU. That's never been changed. Mr. Wolf doesn't have authority to do that. He knows it.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi. Actually, maybe more for Greg. So the tunnel and the railroad, they weren't, I mean, well, I see pictures of them as part of landscaping, but for the DRC in 2022. But how are like tunnels and railroads normally approved through the city?
Do we have a lot of amusement park rides in Lafayette?
No, there is actually.
250-foot tunnels?
The question is
for staff, yeah.
So the tunnel was evaluated by staff and in consultation with council, not this council, legal counsel. And because of its location so removed from any other property and that it was pure excavation, it was treated as if it were a basement that would have no visual impact on a neighbor, which are the triggers for design review. Hillside development permit, the removal of the material was, we evaluated it to conclude that it would be treated like a basement. And to my knowledge, the electric hobby train has been on site for at least 10 years, probably 15. So when the original project was built out and then the barn, I think that is when the original track was laid, the original tunnel was there, which still exists. So there was an existing tunnel much closer to the appellant's property. This is further back. It's an electric hobby train. It's not a full-size steam train. So it's seen as an appurtenance to the residents of the site.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Just, I've seen 6,000 pages of city records. There's no basement. The word basement doesn't appear in there. I encourage everyone to look that up. Yes, sorry, sir.
John, did you have a question? Okay. Question for staff. Are, the appellant mentioned that, you know, we've heard that the house is 17 feet. That's measured, I guess, from the bottom of the building to the top of the building. Are you aware of any movement of earth that changed the absolute height of the building? As I understand the appellant, there was earth moved above the existing grade, and then the 17 feet was above that additional earth.
Correct. I think there was both cut and fill that the Design Review Commission approved that was altered, revised multiple times as the project went into construction, and they continued to make some design changes, including making the residence 1 story instead of 2, making it smaller. So it's my understanding that overall site grading did occur specific to this location directly beneath the ADU. I don't know, but we can look at what the plans show.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'll now open it for public comment. City Clerk Robbins, do we have speaker slips?
Yes, yes, I do. Our first speaker is Debbie Lindez, followed by Jacob Black. Black or Block? Sorry.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Lindis, and I live next door to the amusement park ride that's been constructed at 19 and 20 Spring Hill Lane. I have such a short time and so much to say, but because this question keeps coming up, I would like to focus narrowly on the legal issue that's at the heart of this particular lot line dispute, and that is the city's inability to legitimately make the finding required by Lafayette Municipal Code, Section 62408, subsection D. The property owners asked the city for permission to demolish a house. In Resolution 2022-19, the DRC imposed several conditions for the development, including that it would be replaced with a single-family home and the home must be built 60 feet from the property line. These conditions are repeated throughout the resolution and associated staff report, and they're sensible. The city made an additional promise through its municipal code that it wouldn't grant a lot line adjustment that violated conditions of development of Resolution 2022-19. In order to approve a lot line adjustment under that section, the after approved properties cannot violate a prior condition of development. And yet that is exactly what the applicants and the city staff are asking you to do. Based on the illegal over-the-counter stamping of revised plans by Greg Wolf's staff, they moved the structure 27 feet closer to my home in violation of the resolution and of city zoning laws. And they would not be asking you for a lot line adjustment if they hadn't been caught breaking the law. Section 62408 explicitly prohibits developers from playing games with the lot lines to dodge their violations of development conditions. These applicants never got an amendment to Resolution 2219. They never got a variance. And so the conditions of development from that resolution persist, and they cannot change the lot line in a way that violates them. So instead of approving this lot line adjustment as if it were a simple administrative fix, and in so doing, furthering the city staff's efforts to cover up their illegal actions related to this project, I really urge you to insist on a thorough investigation of the circumstances that led to this application being presented to you in the first place. And I do have to add, because there's so much conversation about this structure and whether or not it's on the footprint of the prior structure,
number one, that's irrelevant, right? Everybody knows anytime you remodel, you have to go up to code, and whatever the rules are, you have to follow them, even if somebody else wasn't in the past. But this thing, so it's 9.5 feet above the level of our driveway is where the dirt goes. And then the house is 17 feet above that. It's enormous, it's hideous, and you can't see it from that picture. You have to come onto our driveway to see.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Other questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Thanks.
Jacob Block.
Hi, my name's Jake Block. I live in Spring Hill Valley, right off of Spring Hill Lane. I live on Spring Hill Road. I don't want to step in the middle of the dispute between the Hoffman-Linda's family and the doctors, but I do want to call out that the city and the Planning Commission has failed the neighborhood of Spring Hill Lane and Spring Hill Valley. Whether this building was approved as it should have been is obviously in front of you today. And it's clear to me that there's something lost in translation, both at the Planning Commission and at the city council level and by the mayor. I've made my own complaints about this property and the damage that it's done to the road and the asphalt in front of my property. I've called Susan repeatedly about the cracks in the asphalt, and I was told that it was part of normal wear and tear. For 6 months, 30 dump trucks would stage in front of my house idling while I worked from home and broke the asphalt. And when I asked for it to be repaired, I was told it was normal wear and tear. I stacked 300 pounds of broken asphalt in front of my house and was told that it was my responsibility and that it was not in the walkway and therefore not an issue. And I sent numerous photos to the city of children walking to school over broken asphalt and asked the abundant question of whether or not, if anybody got hurt, would it be my responsibility to deal with it? So this city and the Planning Commission has failed Spring Hill Valley. They have allowed this project to move forward, whether the vision is what is appropriate for our neighborhood or not. There has been a commercial development in a residential neighborhood. And your count, whether it should have been approved or not, it was ill-advised and appears to be fraudulent at this stage. Mr. Doctor is my neighbor and I wanted to remain so, and a happy neighbor at that. The Hoffman-Linda's family and everyone on Spring Hill Lane is important to our community. And I think it's your responsibility to figure out what happened here, both for the doctors and the Hoffman-Linda's, and figure out how to justify this and ratify this in a way that maintains the spirit of our neighborhood. It's very important to me that this gets resolved and that everybody understands that something bad happened here and that you failed the neighborhood and you failed the community. And it's very important to understand why and how it happened. It's a beautiful community. It's nestled right behind Briones. Does it need a train station and a wine cellar? That's not for me to decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions?
1 second, Jake. Hey. So I believe that our Public Works Department did come over and clean up all the asphalt.
They did, thank you, after much
Yes,
needling.
many.
Yes.
Right. And how is the condition of the road? I know Spring Hill Lane looks like it's been repaved, but
The cracks on Spring Hill Road near Goyak remain, but at this point, it's hard to determine whether or not that's normal wear and tear or whether or not it was caused by commercial construction equipment.
right. Thanks.
I have a speaker in our remote participants, Marissa Silva. I will allow you to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great, thank you. I tried to comment last, I think it was a design review committee meeting a couple months ago, and I wasn't able to unmute myself. I think that was my technology issues. But I just think I so appreciate what Jacob Block just said, what the Linda's Hoffman family has said. I just think this is so awful in our community that this family has to have a train station next to them. I just think nobody is going to buy that house. Nobody's going to want to move into this. Nobody wants to live next to that. And, you know, if the doctors want to do that as their vacation home, I just don't understand why the rest of Spring Hill Lane has to be subject to that. I just think it's really terrible. And I think the way that this has gone down with the planning committee, just like everybody has said before me, definitely there is shadiness here and it needs to be investigated. And I just feel so sad for my neighbors that have to deal with this. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Are there any other public speakers?
No additional speakers at this time.
Okay, the appellant will have up to 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
I just want to urge the council to stay focused on the lot line issue. And I think you're looking a little farther ahead on this rezoning question. And wouldn't that make everything go away? They've discussed this for over a year and a half and they haven't brought it up. So that implies to me they're not so optimistic that this is going to happen because of the zoning that other LR5 properties around the city, as well as probably the history of that property. There's just all kinds of misdirection about from the applicants about subjects that have nothing to do with this lot line issue. Talking about the cul-de-sac, actually it is too small for the county diameter there. So that's not compliant right now. But you know, we could sit here and trade jabs about how this is a fire hazard because they don't maintain the weeds there. And I have to call the county 3 times to get them to mow it down. And now they're running train tracks or trains. Who knows what kind of sparks are going to go there. They're denying, always trying to minimize this train. I don't see anyone on this staff listening to that train, listening to the clanging and the bell and the planned sound effects for this tunnel. The point is, on the lot line criteria, you just can't make the findings. You just can't make the findings. You have to send it back to the drawing board. That's all there is to it on this appeal. Any questions for me? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then the applicant has a 5-minute rebuttal.
Well, I've been in this business for almost 50 years. My 50-year anniversary will be next year. I started when I was 14. I've designed projects all over the state. I take great pride in what I do, and I take great pride in this project. This is an incredibly light footprint. If you've seen anything developed in Lafayette, there's nothing with as light of a footprint as this. This amusement park statement couldn't be anything further from the truth. This is an electric mine train that makes less noise than Mr. Hoffman's lawnmower. And this train has been there for 15 years. He purchased his property 6 years ago, knowing there was a train right in his backyard. He's never made a comment, never made a complaint because the train is barely used. This is Mr. Doctor's sanctuary. This is what he has decided to do. He has a train enthusiast and he's allowed to do so. There was nothing shady happened here. We've been through multiple public processes dating back to 18 years. We've done everything straight up with this city. Everything that's been asked of us, we've done. We've been completely forthright. And I actually take great issue with people attacking the city staff. They've been incredible to work with and under very difficult situation. And I find them to be very professional, and I'm very offended to hear people attack them in such a manner when I feel like they've actually worked very hard and been very firm with us and bringing us issues, and then it's up to us to try to figure out what we're trying to do. And so I also take great issue with false statements. The building was never 60 feet from the side property line. It was 60 feet from the front property line in the middle of the street. It was never 27 feet from their side property. It moved to 17 feet. These are false statements. And there's a number of false statements and false accusations. And I beg you to just stay focused on the task at hand, which is to look at the lot line adjustment. And if it meets the criteria, that's what we're in for. And this corrects a situation that's an unfortunate situation. If I started with a blank slate and I was told all these things, I would have done a lot line adjustment first. There's always a way to do it. We worked with what was given to us and what was approved at the time. And now that it's been turned upside down, we're just trying to make the best sense of it. So I appreciate you listening tonight. I'm sorry it's a divisive issue. I find this to be an incredibly beautiful and aesthetic project, and Mr. Adams will attest to it, and he lives right next door. And Mr. Shermer, even though they didn't like the construction, states the same. I just had a tour with 2 different neighbors down Spring Hill Lane over another project we're doing, gave them a tour today. And his number one comment was, I can't believe you have such a minimal footprint on such a large piece of land. This is beautiful. And that was straight from his mouth. Thank you very much.
Okay. Questions? Okay, thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the council for discussion. And let me first ask, does any council member have any follow-up question for staff, city attorney?
I think I'd like to clarify. A couple times we heard from in the public testimony that we shouldn't even address the lot line adjustment because things, improper things that happened beforehand, or, because it was in the DRC resolution in 2022 that was different. We can't address the lot line. I'd be curious to get your take on that statement, that because this a DRC resolution or conditions of building were X and they're no longer X, we can't look at the lot line adjustment.
Thank you. I'll respond and invite the city attorney to add anything on or correct me if I am not accurate. The matter of the location of the house and its approval in the change that has been described to the council in the public is the subject of one of 2 lawsuits that Mr. Hoffman and Ms. Lindis have filed, one against the city, one against me personally. So I believe the court will adjudicate that. The lot line revision, I don't believe that the code stipulates that they cannot make their property larger and bring it into compliance with the minimum lot area, which is not at all relevant to the location of the house, the process by which the structure was located. And I don't think that the code is intended to say you cannot take a process, a lot line revision, and use it to remedy a nonconformity. I think the intention is to do exactly that, to have conformity through the lot line revision. So the result of the lot line revision would be bringing the components, the characteristics of the site, the area, the setbacks into compliance, setting aside the garden shed. But
right, that's right. And the city attorney would concur that that is valid, that it is the lot line, adjusting lot line to bring the project into conformity is valid and appropriate.
It is, and under the government code for lot line adjustments, you need to find that it's in compliance with the general plan and the zoning and building code. And that's what this is doing, is it's bringing the property into compliance both with the size of the lot and in addition, allowing the setback for the ADU to be in compliance.
Okay, and whatever happened with the DRC in 2022 is not relevant to this.
This is addressing at least the setback concept, which is the most relevant piece for the lot line adjustment.
Thank you.
So if I could just follow, because this is my question also. So we have the legal ability to change the lot line in conformance with state law. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, how often have we done this in the city of Lafayette in a situation like this after construction is done?
I don't have that data. I would defer to Greg if he knows.
I believe that we have approved lot line revisions in the city that bring matters into conformity or take an existing condition, which is in some fashion substandard, but do not make it any worse. So I can't say it's a frequent thing. I mean, lot line revisions themselves are, there's only a few a year at most. So I believe that we have approved lot line revisions that have made nonconformities better, if not fully compliant. But I don't have a number for you on terms of frequency.
All right, thanks.
Okay, comments, discussion?
Yes, if I could start off, I kind of want to, I talked about this with the city attorney, but just for disclosure, just so everyone knows, I've talked to both parties, the property owner and the appellant, on different matters relating to Firewise. So I just want to put that out there. And I did communicate with Mr. Doctor about the road improvement he did on Spring Hill Lane. So after the work was done. So I just want to put that out there. I asked the city attorney if that created a conflict where I would need to recuse myself, and the answer was no. So I just want to make sure that the public is aware of that. I think for me, I kind of look at, there's a lot of discussion about the whole process of approving the site, which is the subject of litigation. And I would look at this, that's not within the four corners that we need to be talking about today. There's two things. It's the lot line adjustment and the variance. And I've got thoughts on both. I would look to the mayor as to how you'd like to approach
I
it.
think what I'd like to do, unless there are general comments, is start first with the variance and then go to the lot line adjustment.
Either way, I was thinking I would definitely be nice to take them one at a time.
Yeah, one at a time.
So
So
I
let's
think it's
let's
confusing
start
if
with the variance.
Okay, then I do have a question for staff then.
Okay.
So what's the implication if we follow your recommendation and deny the variance of an existing, again, I've gone through the process of getting a variance during, we had planning for remodel, and if things change, it's no big deal, you change the drawings. Here we have an existing building. What happens if the variance is denied? Do they have to physically move the building, or what's the outcome there?
I think we discussed earlier the potential for a rezone, so they could consider that. They could demolish the structure outright, which other people have done when they have not gotten the approval for something that they built from the city. So it could be demolished outright, or it could be relocated to a conforming location.
Okay, thank you.
So then, again, I'm going to segue off the vice mayor here. They could seek to do a rezone because, as the way I understand it, if it's an R20 lot, it conforms with respect to the setback, or move the shed or tear it down. Those are the kind of the three options they've got if the variance is not approved.
Those are the three options I see at this moment, and there's no guarantee that the rezone would be approved, but just like they're pursuing a variance, they have the right to pursue a rezoning and submit that to the city for consideration. So those are the three options that I see at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
With regard to the variance for the shed, I put a lot of stock into what the neighbors think, and whether they are okay with the, the fault of where the location is. And I think in this case, I can grant the variance for the shed and not have to move the shed.
Well, let me just say, at this point, we do have to have a legal basis.
Right, and the findings and all that stuff, yes, sorry.
For granting the variance.
Yes.
So.
I could bring this up.
Right. So maybe then to follow up, staff, your contention is there's not special, there's nothing particularly unique about the property because it could be moved. The shed, I've been calling it a shed, but the structure that's got plumbing and electric can be moved further in the property and still maintain its use. Is that's the reason? I just want to confirm why we're thinking the variance should be denied, or what's your recommendation on why the variance should be denied?
That's our assessment, is that there are conforming locations that could accommodate it, and it's not a deprivation of reasonable use and enjoyment that other properties are allowed. So there are constraints on development that the environment, hillsides and existing vegetation. And so you couldn't just build it anywhere, but I think our assessment is that there are places on the property where that use could be located, which would be conforming to the setbacks, which only this property are subject to on this street.
Thank you.
So just to follow up on that, so what you're saying is there are not special circumstances on the property that would deprive the property of privileges enjoyed by other properties under the same zoning. So there's no, in other words, you can't, the variance, you can grant a variance if the applicant can show that it's not, for some reason, it's not getting special privileges that other properties in the same zoning are getting, and because of circumstances related to their property. And there are no such circumstances here because there are other places on the property where the building could be built.
That's staff's position, and that is what we recommended to the planning commission. Because this is not an objective standard, a numerical factor, if you will, it is subjective to be able to make or not make those findings. It is a matter of interpretation of what those characteristics about the property, what the special circumstances might be, and the planning commission was able to make those findings and articulate it. I think staff and the planning commission have different opinions on that, but that is well within their purview to disagree with our assessment.
Okay, let me ask you and the city attorney, if we were to approve this with no special circumstances here behind it, I mean, what sort of precedent are we setting for future variance requests?
It would be nice to have some distinction as to why you find the rationale is met, because it is a finding under state law and our code as well. So it would be very helpful if you wanted to approve the variance, which again, has been noted several times. Staff has continually recommended against that because they could not find special circumstances, and particularly because it's not identical zoning. So we have to look at it as the LR5 zoning, and not that all the neighbors have smaller setbacks, because that is a different zoning. That's R20.
Okay, and just to be clear, the council can't find that the building is a very attractive building and doesn't detract from the neighborhood and therefore doesn't see any problem with it. That's not a reason for granting the variance.
That's not the finding for the variance. That's correct.
And I would add, to put it out there, if this was an R20 lot, I'd approve this in a heartbeat. The immediate neighbor doesn't object to it. Actually, it wouldn't be relevant.
We wouldn't have to approve it.
We have to prove it.
Yeah.
Done. The fact that the immediate neighbor is fine with it says something to me. The concern I've got is just that the way the statute's written, enjoyed by other property in the vicinity and under identical zoning classification. So if it's an LR5, this doesn't work. If it's an R20, it works, which is why I've been asking the question before.
Yeah.
That's my concern
That's
here.
kind of, that's kind of my view as well. I mean, I think
Yeah.
if you ask, does it make sense with the neighborhood? Of course it makes sense with the neighborhood. Actually,
Yeah.
it's great. I'd actually love to look at it, but I think with the zoning, it's hard to, like, it's a zoning problem.
Yeah, if it were a design, I mean, aesthetically, I'd look at it and say, this is really handsome. I mean, there's a lot that I, on one level, like, but I look at the statute, I don't see how I could feel comfortable making that finding.
Neither do I, actually. I will say.
And so my question is that the resolution that the Planning Commission passed in December 2025, they made those findings and they have descriptions in there. Were those sufficient, do you think, legally in order to grant the variance?
We continue to recommend a denial of the variance because we don't think it can be defended with the findings. Just again, as we've continued to say, it's the real problem is the under identical zoning classification.
Yeah.
And there are just no special circumstances here. So if you'd like to use the findings of the Planning Commission, obviously you can do so, but we continue to recommend a denial of the variance because we don't see the factors being met.
Okay.
Okay, well, and I think we have no alternative other than to grant the appeal on the variance, which basically is denying the variance.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think.
And
that's-
I understand the applicants, how we got here, the different steps that the applicant described, but unfortunately, it doesn't change what we have to decide on. So let's hold that. I think, are we agreed that we're?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's move on to the lot line adjustment.
So you can start.
I could start. I have no problem with the lot line adjustment. I mean, you've got a 3-acre parcel next to it, I guess a 28-ish acre parcel, all one ownership interest. They're really linked. I mean, to get to 20 Spring Hill Lane, you've got to go to the 19. You know, it's sort of like we're just moving a line around, and per council, we have the legal ability to do this. So I think we're trying to sort of fix something that is one of the many LR5s that don't quite fit, but this is a case where you can make it work. I would think the logical thing to do would be to change it to an R20, but I've said that before. So I'm fine with the lot line adjustment.
Well, I mean, given with what council said, and I mean, I think if the same person owns two pieces of property and this is private property they own, they want to make an adjustment between the two pieces that they own that doesn't run afoul of our zoning or any other things. I think they should be able to do it, and I think it would actually be incorrect not to allow them to do it.
Gonna have to dissent on this one. And I look at this not so much as can we do this? Yeah, we can do this. But do I think we should do this? And my answer is a definite no. And my reason is that in that 2022 application, everybody knew was 50 feet. The location was 50 feet. Everybody knew it was 50 feet. They signed everything. It was multiple times. And then to see the internal and external emails that we have very little visibility on except for these emails and stuff. And all of a sudden going, oh, we need a variance, we need a variance. It's like, well, we're just not going to get one. That just strikes me as not doing the right thing at the right time. And I think that it should have gone back to the Planning Commission for a variance at that point. And it didn't. Does that make it right? No, it doesn't make it right. And so I don't think that this lot line adjustment, I can't make the finding that it was an after, it was already an approved condition and everybody knew it. That's the part that I have a hard time with. Everybody knew that it was non-conforming and we didn't fix it when it was supposed to be fixed. And that's why I can't do this. Does that mean that there aren't other ways that the applicant can make this whole. I think there probably are, but I can't do it in this situation under this set of circumstances.
But, no, our city attorney said it is allowed and, okay, you can adjust your lot line to bring it into conformance, right? And then
I understand that, but everybody knew it was out of conformance and they did it anyway.
Yeah,
And then,
I know,
and then
maybe
they
I
take
think I took it
advantage
as
of state,
opposition kind of.
take advantage of state law.
Yeah.
It has the 4-foot setbacks and it's just like, it just looks so, it makes me sad. I'll be honest. It's a really unfortunate situation for the applicants and the neighbors and everybody to be here right now. And I don't think the right way of it is a trick. And this one feels like a trick. So sorry, that's just how I feel about it.
Well, I can look at it as the practical outcome. You can look at it as, the findings that we have to make. I think that we can make the findings. I think that we should proceed with the lot line adjustment. I think that ends up with, I don't know how we turn down the lot line adjustment, basically. I think that it would be difficult to justify not turning it down. Or justify turning it down, yeah. So I can make the findings and proceed with the resolution.
Okay.
So we have one resolution that does two things, and we have a 4-0 vote on one of them and a 3-1 vote on the other. We haven't taken the vote, but that's what where we are. How do you suggest we proceed? I'm asking the city attorney.
I wouldn't recommend breaking up the resolutions. Greg, I don't know if you have a preference. I think we can note it for the record, but the vote on the resolution, should it so be, it could still be 3-1.
Right. And
But
that's okay.
with obviously the minutes would reflect Councilmember Kendall's comments about the variance.
Okay, and does anyone have any changes they'd like to make to the resolution itself?
No.
Okay, then do we have a motion for adoption of resolution 2025-12?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed
Aye
or no?
or no?
Yep. All right, so we have ayes from Vice Mayor McCormick, Councilmember Cervantes, and Mayor, and we have a no from Councilmember Kendall. Okay, so is there an appeal period,
And your vote.
or this is the final? Yeah, this is the final.
This is final action.
If you indulge me, Mayor, at some point down the line, when we're talking about a multi-story building in the downtown, we'll look back at this moment and think, wow, we could spend time on this, but that's for another day.
Okay, anything else on this, Greg? All right, then the meeting is adjourned.